Hi, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to Bally Poker Live at Commerce Casino in Los Angeles. I'm your commentator, Liliana. You can also find me on Instagram and YouTube on Flop Era Poker. I'm super excited to be here today commentating some 25, 100. It's going to be a really big game here, and we have a great lineup today. So let's just get straight into it. First up in seat one, we have JD, and he's going to be buying in for $1,500 today. In seat five, we have Habibi Sam. He is buying in for $6,000. And then next up, we have Bruce, who is buying in for $10K today. So we have a really good variation of stack sizes to start. Seat seven, another fan favorite, Rich Asian Bro. He right now has $9,975. And then next we have Carly, who's wearing some amazing earrings. She is buying in for $5,000. And last but not least, we have Mark, who currently has $20,125. Mark is a super fun player, loves to chat it up, loves to get in there as well. So we have a really good lineup today. Very excited. So yeah, you can see the chip count here. We have anywhere from $5,000 to $20,000 in front of players at the table today. But of course, those numbers are going to be mixed up over the course of the next several hours. All right, first hand of the night. Mark obviously not going anywhere with the King Jack offsuit under the gun. He's going to open it up to 375. Going to fold around to Habibi Sam, who's going to fold the Queen 10 off from the button. And Carly is just going to let the King 9 offsuit go. Letting go of the dominated hand, and Mark is going to take down the first hand of the night. Sorry about this distorted sound, y'all. We're going to be getting that fixed shortly. Okay, so JD is going to open up King 5 of diamonds, and Dan is going to call from +1 with Ace 5 of hearts. And it is gonna fold around. So we're going heads up to a flop, 775 in the middle, 973 rainbow. Dan's ace high is best.
Not this year.
It's gonna go check, check on the flop, and the turn is a jack. Backdoor spade draw, but no one has a jack. JD gonna check again, maybe thinking he has some showdown value with his king high. And now the river is aboard pairing 3. JD is going to lead out for, it looks like 400 and 500. Let's see if Dan wants to bluff catch here with his ace high. After flop and turn, go check, check in a single raise pot. Super wide configuration. And he is just going to let it go, and JD is going to take it down. Shout out to the YouTube and the Twitch chat. Welcome. Cash on River, how you doing?
Yeah, really hard south. It's been great. Better than I thought. I think it's out nature out there. Nice poker. I'll do it straight up.
All right, and Dan has pocket aces under the gun. He's going to make it 400. See if anyone has anything they want to play. Mark with King Jack offsuits. He's in there for the big blind. And JD ready to gamble with 3-4 offsuit from the third blind. 3 ways to a flop. King 7-8, 2 clubs. Mark has top pair, but no good when Dan holds aces. Dan's gonna go 800, and of course Mark is going to call, and JD whiffed that flop about as hard as you can, and he is out of there. So Mark's gonna need a king or a jack, or maybe clubs to help slow down the action, but he gets a 9 of hearts on the turn. He's gonna check it on over to Dan. And he makes it 1,000 and gets snap called by Mark. Must be feeling pretty good if you're Dan. There's a club on the river completing the front door flush, so maybe Mark will find a fold here. Just depends how big Dan goes. He's gonna go 1,700. I think for that price, Mark is probably not gonna be able to fold top pair strong kicker. But he does let it go. Good fold by Mark there. Doesn't really beat a lot of hands that are triple barreling on that board. Any bluffs with the flush draw get there, so he is just gonna have to let go the king jack offsuit. Nice fold by Mark. He didn't really think about it too long before letting it go. All right, so Luckbox is going to limp with pocket 3s under the gun. BB Sam is going to limp as well with King Jack. Carly in there with King 8 suited. JD in there with 10 deuce suited. And Dan is going to check his option with Queen 8 offsuit. We're going 5 ways to a flop. 4, 5, 6, 2 clubs. So it looks like pocket 3s are good for now. But Carly has the king high flush draw. Oh, and we have a check raise from JD here. Gets pocket 3s to fold, but Carly with the flush draw is going to continue. I like it. JD has some backdoors, and that is a great turn card for his hand. Let's see if he continues barreling. He does. He goes 2,000 into 2,700. Carly does have a combo draw, 7 or a club. We'll give her the best hand. Let's see if she wants to call to see a river. JD's line's pretty strong, check raising into 4 people, and then continuing on the turn for about 2/3 pot. but she's not going anywhere yet. She only has 1,600 back, but she's in there. It makes sense if she jams. He's not really folding any hands except for his exact one, and she does miss, but let's see if she could find the hero call with king high or if she is just gonna let it go. Yeah, she's just gonna let it go, and JD's gonna get this really nice bluff through with 10 high. Check raising with the back doors, continuing when he picks some more equity and firing on the river. Well played hand by JD there. Picks up a really big pot. Yeah, not tree 666. They do sound like robots right now, but hopefully the audio issue is fixed soon.
Oh, wait, did I get two? Yeah, I did. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow.
Is my audio also distorted, guys, or is it just the background audio?
I know. Oh, well. We would have got cracked. Thanks, Carl. You would have chopped it up. It would have chopped, exactly.
All right, we're in hand 5 of the 25-50-100 game here, and Habibi Sam is going to limp his ace-7 suited, and Bruce picks up ace-jack suited, and he's going to raise to 400, and Rich Asian Bro has king-queen offsuit, and he's going to 3-bet to 1,200. Carly's going to let go jack-10 off. JD has the same hand as Rich Asian Bro, king, queen off, but with all of that action ahead of him, he is going to fold. Back to Habibi Sam, who is just going to limp fold. And Bruce, of course, not going anywhere with the suited ace. So we're going heads up to a 3-bet pot. Flop is ace-10-3 rainbow. Bruce just hit everything on that board. Top pair, solid kicker with the nut flush draw. Just a gut shot for Rich Asian Bro. Doesn't feel great to see an ace on a flop in a 3-bet pot when you have king high, but he is going to bet in a very dramatic fashion. I like it. And he is going to make it 1,300. See if Bruce wants to just call. And he's going to it looks like he's putting the chips on the line, maybe deciding between call and raise. Would like to just see a call here. He has this board pretty locked up, but he is going to raise, and yeah, just get him to fold. I think when you check raise this hand, you just get worse to fold every time. But Rich Asian Bro gets away from it and makes the fold. Friendly Gamer on Twitch says the announcer audio is good, the table audio is borked. All right. Well, okay. Then I guess I couldn't tell if I should talk more or less with these audio problems, but I guess the more I talk, the less you can hear the background distorted audio, which again, hopefully will be fixed anytime soon. Thank you to everyone who still has their audio on. You're the real poker fans. I appreciate it. So yeah, we are live from Commerce Casino in Los Angeles. It is a beautiful Wednesday, nice and sunny in December. But me and all of these players and all of the people on the production team have decided beautiful December day is best spent inside of the casino. As Rich Asian Bro opens 9-7 suited from +2. We're playing 9-handed here today. Sly Booha says that must have been a verbal raise. Yeah, I couldn't tell if he had raised or not, but yeah, he must have verbalized it. Mark is going to flat with the 10-9 off, and JD with the same hand is also in there. They've got similar ideas. We're going 3 ways to a flop of 4 Jack 8 rainbow. So gut shot for Rich Asian Bro and open-ended for Mark and JD. Interesting flop with these 3 specific hands. Pre-flop raiser, Rich Asian Bro is going to check. Mark is going to make it 600, and JD is going to call. Rich Asian Bro also has some backdoor spades going for him. But when there's a bet and a call, maybe doesn't feel so good about being able to check raise this hand. Yeah, and instead it looks like he is just going to call. I think that makes a lot of sense, and he picks up a ton of equity with the 2 of spades on the turn. He is going to check, Mark is going to check, and JD is going to check as well. So 10 high good for now, and now there's an ace on the river. Whoever wants to bluff at it is going to get this hand. Can't imagine Mark is betting the flop with a ton of ace highs on a rainbow flop. And the turn checks around. Doesn't seem like anyone has too strong of a hand. So I think if Rich Asian Bro bets as the pre-flop raiser, he can just take down this hand. But of course, it's always feels a little bit riskier when you are betting into 2 people's ranges. In a single raise pot where they have a lot of weak aces, but Rich Asian Bro is going for it. He's going to make it 2,500, and it will quickly fold around. Nice bluff by Rich Asian Bro. Correctly assessing the situation and taking down that pot. Oh, it just got really quiet for me. Did it get quiet for you? I think that means something's better. Can't hear the players right now, but hopefully we will get that fixed. Ratchalatin, welcome to the Twitch chat. There's some spicy bluffs already at this table. JD got a nice one through, check raising into 4 people with 10 high and barreling the turn, jamming the river. Rich Asian Bro bluffed on the ace river in that multi-way pot. And now we are in hand 7. Welcome Rig Rentals to the Twitch chat. Carly's gonna limp ace-7 of clubs. Mark's gonna call 8-5 suited. A lot of suited medium cards today. Dan's also gonna limp with Jack-10. Luck box also gonna limp with King-10 off. Seinfeld in there from the big blind with ace-4 off. Habibi Sam is going to put in the squeeze with pocket 4s. I really like it. He makes it huge. 1,700. Don't think anyone is going to want to defend to that size. Just going 17x when he senses weakness. Not a lot of tricky limpers here. Just kind of face-up limpers with weak hands. And he is going to show the 4s. Very well done by Habibi Sam. Look at that little smile on his face. He's proud of himself, as he should be. He sensed weakness at the table and he squeezed. I like it. He's going to pick up a ton of dead money. I think like $600 in dead money right there. Not bad for pocket 4s from the 3rd blind. Sly Buha says 4s are pirate aces. Why is that? Because they have one eye, so they can 4s look like aces to them? Or is it because they look like flags? I'm always curious where nicknames for hands come from. Okay, JD is going to raise King Deuce of Spades to 300. And Seinfeld picks up a premium, ace queen offsuit from the small blind. He is going to 3-bet to, looks like 1,200? 1,300. BB Sam out of there with the mystery cards. Bruce has king queen off with a raise and a 3-bet in front of him. Is just going to let it go. And JD will not defend with the king deuce. Okay, pocket fours are called pirate aces because they're like one-legged aces, like pirates, and because they look like sailboats or pirate ships. Makes sense. I never heard that one before. I've only ever heard them called the sailboats, but that doesn't really speak to me personally, so I've never used it, but I like pirate aces. That's fun. All right, Mark is going to raise queen 9 of diamonds from +1. JD is going to flat with king jack. Couple of kings get put into the muck. Seinfeld's going to fold the queen 8 of hearts. And Rich Asian Bro picks up pirate aces. Perfect timing. And he is going to call from the third blind. We are going 3 ways to a flop of ace 9-4 with a 4 in the window. Best feeling is to flop a set with an ace when it's multi-way. Unfortunately, no one has an ace here. So Rich Asian Bro is going to check. Mark, who's the pre-flop raiser, he is going to bet 300 into 9. And Rich Asian Bro has a decision to make. Does he want to check raise and target an ace, or does he just want a flat? Looks like he is going for the check raise. And Mark with middle pair is in there so fast the camera didn't even catch it. Turn is the 6 of spades, giving Rich Asian Bro the check mark. No hope for Mark. He kind of just has to hope to fade a queen or a 9. So that'll make it a lot harder for him to get away from this hand. But after Rich Asian Bro check raises and continues, don't think Mark can feel super confident about his 9. And Rich Asian Bro is going to make it 1,700. $1,700 into about $3K. Mark trying to find the bluffs that Rich Asian Bro could have here. Maybe some wheel gut shots. But pretty hard to find any hands that he beats here when the flop has not that many draws. So he is just going to fold, and Rich Asian Bro is going to take down this 4.6K pot for about a $1,600 profit. It's nice. He's won a couple of big pots in a row. Always feels good to flop a set early in the session. All right, we got our first chip count here. JD up top with 17K, Luckbox at the bottom with 4,600, but he bought in for about 5, so it's not that big of a difference here. When we started, the chip count buy-ins were between 20K and 5K, so a pretty wide spread of buy-ins. And next up, we have the cumulative winnings. Bruce up top with 2,600, JD up 2, Dan up 2, Rich Asian Bro up 1. Everyone else pretty break even except for Carly and Mark, who are both down sizable amounts. Carly was chasing a combo draw, couldn't get there, and actually ended up getting bluffed off her king high. And Mark down 4.4 from seeing a lot of flops and turns and folding on the river. But it's super early. We're only 10 hands into this 25-50-100 high-stakes poker game in Los Angeles, and I'm sure these cumulative winnings will be changing quite a lot over the next several hours. So Mark is going to limp Queen 10 offsuit. Dan is going to raise King 10 off to 400. Going to fold around to Bruce, who has Ace-Jack offsuit. He is going to call, and Rich Asian Bro is going to call with 8-9, and Carly is going to call with King 5 suited. We're going mega multi-way into this $2,000 pot here. Flop comes Jack 9 for Rainbow. So Bruce has top pair, Rich Asian Bro has middle pair, Mark is open-ended, and Dan has a gut shot. Carly has some backdoors. Everyone touches it a tiny bit. Let's see if anyone wants to take a stab multi-way. Checks around to Dan, who's a pre-flop raiser. And he is just going to check it back. Doesn't have quite enough equity. Ace of spades on the turn, giving Carly a flush draw and Bruce 2 pair. No one else has an ace. It is going to check around to Mark, who maybe is sensing weakness when there's all of these checks, and he is going to make it 1,200 with his open-ender. Dan is going to fold King 10. And now Bruce, was he laying the trap by checking twice? It looks like it. He's going to put in the check raise here to 3,000, I believe. And Carly, again, put in a tough spot with a draw. There's a bet and a raise, and she is drawing to the nuts, but is just going to let it go this time after chasing her draw earlier in the night. And Mark pretty quickly going to make the call, looking for a king or an 8. A ton of kings and 8s were folded. And nope, it's just going to boat up Bruce. And Carly must be kicking herself folding the king 5 of spades, but once she sees the showdown or maybe the graphics later, she's going to be really happy she folded here because she's going broke on that river every time. Flush gets there, but of course Bruce boats up. And let's see how big he goes. Maybe trying to target just a single ace. Or maybe he wants to target a flush. Trying to think, what hands does Mark bet on the turn and call a raise to? A lot of draws usually, and a lot of the draws get there. So he's going to make it 5,000, but of course Mark has queen high, so he is out of there. And Bruce takes it down with the sneaky turn check raise and rivering what is essentially the nuts. Shout out to Poker Shark. Welcome to the YouTube chat. Bruce stacking up a tower here. Rich Asian Bro also has an interesting chip alignment here. I hate building towers. It stresses me out. I feel like I always knock it over, and I like to have as few chips as possible in front of me. But when I watch streams and you see someone just sitting behind a ridiculous number of chips, it looks super cool. All right, we're in hand 11 here, and Luckbox is going to open a 7 offsuit from +2. We are playing some 9-handed poker. And Rich Asian Bro is going to defend 6-7 suited. Carly and Mark are going to fold. Just kidding. Mark is going to call with the 10-6 suited. 6-7 Jack Rainbow. 2 pair for Rich Asian Bro. Bottom pair for Mark and middle pair for Luckbox. So everyone hits this board. Rich Asian Bro might be getting paid depending on how this runs out. Mark is going to make it 300, and Rich Asian Bro is not going to be sneaky here. He is just going to check raise immediately to 1,000. Mark's going to fold his bottom pair, and Luckbox is going to very quickly call. Turn is a king. Let's see if Rich Asian Bro wants to continue here. I'm really doing my best to say 6-7 in a neutral voice today because I think everyone has been overloaded, and I want to give you guys some respite from the 6-7 meme. And Rich Asian Bro is going to bet $1,400. Does Luckbox want to do some bluff catching here? Maybe Rich Asian Bro could have a straight draw. Pretty much the only hand he's beating that is continuing on the turn. And Luckbox is going to let it go. Rich Asian Bro on fire. If he V-pips a pot, he is just going to win. And he will take it down. Apparently 6-7 is Elsinore aces. I like it. I like to know what the aces are of every casino. I know Hollywood Park King Jack offsuit. It's Hollywood Park aces. It's actually kind of the only one I know now that I think about it. But now I know 6-7 is Elsinore aces. All right, so it looks like Luckbox opened ace queen suited. Habibi Sam called with pocket nines, and Dan is just gonna fold king eight offsuit. All right, flop is ace queen 10, 2 pair for Luckbox. Terrible flop if you have pocket nines. And he is going to continue betting here for 300. Habibi Sam is just gonna let it go. Nothing like seeing 3 overs when you're set mining. Luckbox is gonna take down this small pot here. Easy fold, says No Tree 666. Easy fold, easy fold. All right, I need to do another audio check with you guys. Thank you. Can you hear the background lo-fi beats that I was just instructed to put on? If not, I'll move it closer to the camera. Trying to give you guys some background music so it's not just my voice and silence, which is a little eerie in a poker live stream. I'm not gonna lie. Well, ace queen is going around. Rich Asian Bro is gonna make it 300. Dan is going to call with 10-6 of clubs from the big blind, and Luckbox, he is 9-7 off. He's in there. Why not? And we are going 3 ways to a flop. And it is ace queen 8 rainbow. Wow, second ace queen X board when someone has ace queen. Rich Asian Bro is going to make it 300. Dan's going to fold, and unfortunately no one touches that flop, so Asian Bro is going to take it down again. Sly Booha suggests that I start chewing gum. Not a, you know, might as well. With the audio that's happening today, I'll start slurping my coffee directly into the microphone, taking some phone calls. ASMR with Liliana. I'm not gonna lie, guys, I love ASMR. When I go on YouTube, it's just ASMR and poker and lo-fi beats. Those are the 3 things that I listen to. Yeah, Sly Booha says, second 2-pair flop in a row for Rich Asian Bro. When you're hot, you're hot. Let's see how long it lasts, but definitely feels good to be running good at the 25, 50, 100 game. All right, Dan has 6-7 suited. Low-key, one of my favorite hands lately. It's just so pretty. And he's going to raise it to 400 from the small blind. Luckbox is out of there. And Seinfeld is out of there as well with Jack 7 offsuit. When I was in middle school, Sly Booha says I could do some texting noises. When I was in middle school, I had a chocolate, which was like a slide phone that, not touchscreen. This is slightly aging me. And I used to text so much that I literally got texter's thumb. And like I had to stop texting for like 2 weeks because I couldn't write. I could barely move my hand because I was texting so much when I was like in 7th grade that I got injured. So. But the click-clack sound, so soothing, so nostalgic. All right, Dan peels ace-5 of diamonds from the button. He is going to make it 300. And Luckbox picks up pocket jacks. He's going to 3-bet too. It looks like 1,300. And it's going to fold around back to Dan, sizing up Dan's stack, sizing up Luckbox's stack. He only has about $2,100 behind. He's trying to figure out, is that enough money? Are we deep enough for me to try and flop the nuts, turn the nuts, cooler him with my weak suited ace? But he decides to let it go. If Luckbox was deeper, I'm sure he'd make the call, but in that scenario, he is just going to let it go. Oh, you've played with Amy Silverberg? Shout out, Amy. One of my good poker friends in LA, also an amazing writer. Check out her book. Super cool LA player. She loves commerce. I guess you were there when she died. Jack 7 versus Jack 8. Cooler. N4V1M, Naveem, says he had the same phone in middle school. Yeah, we're all old here. T9 texting from Humongous Afro on the stream, on the Twitch chat. Nothing gets the people talking like nostalgia. All right, Carly's gonna limp. Mark's gonna raise pocket tens. Dan's gonna call with ace 4 of diamonds. He's gonna try again with the low suited ace of diamonds. Habibi's gonna call. And Bruce is gonna be a little tricky with pocket jacks. And now Carly, I thought she was gonna squeeze because she got the teal chips out, but she is just gonna call with the Jack 7. Bruce is tricky, man. Bruce is tricky. Let's see if it's going to pay off. Only 1 over 5 ways. Not bad, because it's the only Broadway that does not outflop him. There's aces and queens out there, but no king. Turn is a 5. So Bruce has a pretty good lock on this hand. Let's see if he is going to start betting. No, he's going to keep checking his jacks. And now maybe Mark is going to feel confident in his tens. And he does. He bet $500. Dan's going to fold. Habibi's going to fold. Let's see if Bruce just wants to call. If he wants to check raise here. Wondering if... Oh, excuse me. I thought Habibi Sam was going to fold because he has queen high with no redraw. But actually, he's going to check raise to 2,000 and just going to get Bruce to fold the pocket jacks. All right, Habibi Sam, I see you. He check raised the 10 deuce of hearts earlier on 3 low cardboard 5 ways. And now he's going to check raise and just show and look at Bruce's face. Just... trapping with the jacks and then getting bluffed. That is a problem. When you try to like be tricky with a premium and you trap pre-flop and then you have to fold and you get bluffed, it's just so frustrating because obviously no one thinks that someone has a hand as strong as pocket jacks in this single raised pot going 5 ways. But Bruce is out here setting the traps. Anyway, it looks like we are playing the stand-up game. So for those of you who don't know, the stand-up game is a side game created to generate action. It is also called the nit game because it was invented to punish nits respectfully. Basically how it works is that everybody stands up, and once you win a pot, you get to sit down. So eventually, after several hands, there will only be a couple people left standing. The last person left standing has to pay out a penalty to every player. Usually, when it's $25.50 with a $50 ante, it is a $200 to $300 penalty. So at 50, $25, $50, $100, I imagine it'll be $300 to $400. And so it definitely changes the dynamics of the game. You just want to be in there more often, playing more hands. So it sounds like we have some audio back. Still sounds a little robotic to me. And yeah, so the open sizes, one strategy of the stand-up game that I really like using is just using massive open sizes with strong hands, because people are just going to call more with weak hands that you dominate. So that's what Mark does. He's just going to open to $1,000 first to act with ace 7, and JD is going to call $1,000 with ace 6. And lucky Habibi has pocket queens right after he shows 2 bluffs in a row, and he is going to just jam. I don't mind it. I mean, maybe you want to go post flop, but he doesn't feel like he's that deep. Only $8,000 when there's other like 15 to 30K stacks at the table. So he's just going to go all in. After showing 2 bluffs in the last 30 minutes, it might work. Yeah, it does. It looks like Mark is going to rejam on top. So we are going heads up to an all in on the very first hand of the stand-up game. So when I tell you guys that this generates action, I mean it. So here at Commerce, we only run it one time for max pain or max pleasure, depending on if you win or lose. 3-5-5, rainbow, clean flop for queens. Mark needs to turn a club or obviously hit an ace. Turns a 9 of diamonds, so an ace and only an ace. We know that at least one ace was folded. And it's a jack. And Habibi Sam is going to double up. And Mark loses that $17,000 flip with ace 7 of clubs. Welcome Pin Thalassa to the stream chat, who says we summon Satan. I imagine referencing the distorted audio that we are working on. Yeah, that's a great run out with pocket queens. One of my personal favorite hands. And that's not just because I'm a girl. It's because it's a good hand. Everyone assumes every woman loves pocket queens. And they would be right, because it's a good one. Sly Buha says, Habibi Sam is the man. Absolutely. I've never commentated or seen him play before, but I am obsessed. Love him, love his style. I love that he shows the bluff. He lets them know that he's got good reads and knows when to show aggression. So far, all of his bluffs have worked. And the first time he just bluffed someone off of king high, but actually that was JD. JD's the one who bluffed Carly off king high. Habibi Sam bluffed tens and jacks off of a king high flop. All right, hand 2 of the stand-up game. We already got one person doubled up. Let's see the action that hand 2 brings. Mark is just going to limp with the ace-jack. That is another strategy that people implement in the stand-up game, is that there is a lot of limping, because then you get to limp raise or just limp call, because there's going to be a lot of raising and 3-betting. When you limp, you get to see flops for a little bit cheaper to counteract the giant open sizes. Some people play stand-up game just like similarly, but really big opens and introducing limps, especially from early position, are two strategies that I find very compelling in the stand-up game. So Mark is going to limp ace jack, Luckbox is going to limp queen 10, and Bruce is going to ISO pocket sevens to 1500, and Mark is going to call. He's going to limp call 15x with his ace jack, and he's going to flop top pair. Bruce checks the ace deuce 3 two spades board. Mark basically saying, I limped an ace, or I'm bluffing. And Bruce is just going to very wisely let it go. Another thing about the stand-up game is that you have to show your hand in order to sit down. So if you're bluffed, you immediately see that you got bluffed, or if you made a good fold, you immediately know. So Mark and Habibi Sam both sitting down in the stand-up game. There are 7 players left fighting to not pay the penalty. Rig Rental says you gotta know when to hold 'em, gotta know when to fold 'em. Gotta know when to bluff, and gotta know when to bluff catch as well. All right, hand 3 of the stand-up game. Coming up, it looks like we have a blind raise from JD, who's going to make it 200. So it's 25, 50, 100, 200 here. First to act is Dan. It's going to fold around. To Bruce, who's going to let go the suited jack. Rich Asian Bro has queen 10 off. And he is going to make it $700. It says 3-bet on the graphics, but it is just a raise because JD technically is in the blind raise. So now it has an option, and JD is going to defend for deuce offsuit. Flop is ace, king, deuce. Gut shot for Rich Asian Bro. Bottom pair for JD. Let's see what Rich Asian Bro wants to do here. He is going to c-bet and get pretty quickly called by JD. $2,500 in the middle, going to a turn. Ace on the turn. Let's see if Rich Asian Bro wants to continue telling the story that he has an ace. He is just going to check back, and JD must be feeling good about his deuce, and he is going to bet at it. Maybe for protection, maybe trying to eventually bluff off a king, but let's see if Rich Asian Bro is posturing, or if he actually does think that JD is maybe full of it. Jack would give him not even the nuts, but a pretty strong hand here. He is going to let it go, and JD's going to show the 4 deuce. And sit down. So technically he did have the best hand. So JD gets to sit down. Dan, Luckbox, Seinfeld, Bruce, Rich Asian Bro, and Carly all hoping to win a pot to avoid paying the penalty. Sly Boo says, any king, queen, jack, or 10. Yeah, but Rich Asian Bro doesn't know that. He doesn't know that Luckbox doesn't have an ace or a king. Okay, so Seinfeld is going to raise king 6 offsuit to 400. He's ready to win a pot. Rich Asian Bro is going to call with 10-9, and Mark, with a primo in the big blind while sitting, has a decision to make. He's going to 3-bet to 1450. Let's see what Seinfeld wants to do here. Usually when someone is sitting, they are less incentivized to get in there with BS hands and bluff, just because everyone is going to be a lot stickier because they're fighting for the button. So when you're sitting in the stand-up game, you don't exactly want to be bluffing a ton. So I think when you're standing, you have to kind of respect when someone who's sitting 3-bets you. But also, the person who's sitting can be abusing this. There's a lot of metagame going on here. But Mark is just going to take it down, 3-betting ace-queen offsuit from the big blind. All right, so we still have the same number of people standing because Mark just won the last pot. Luckbox is going to limp king 10. Seinfeld is going to raise ace jack suited to 500. Habibi Sam, who's sitting, doesn't need to get in there with the suited 3-4. Lets it go. Carly standing. Does she want to get in there? She does. She's going to call jack 10. And Dan is also standing, and he's in there with ace 7 of hearts. Back to Luckbox, who limped. It looks like he put in the squeeze. Yeah, he must have done a verbal raise because it looks like more money is going into the middle. The old limp raise with the king 10 offsuit from under the gun. It looks strong, but as we see, it is not. I can't see the amount. It looks like maybe 2K. Oh, he jammed, actually. Excuse me. He just jammed, and that's unfortunate because Seinfeld is going to absolutely snap him off with the ace-jack. Equities are running closer than you would think. Luckbox has 2 live cards. But yeah, his limp raise, his limp jam did not get the better hand to fold. It's a stand-up game. Seinfeld has a suited ace, and ace, king, 8, 3 spades. So this is a proper sweat here. Seinfeld has top pair, but Luckbox has a redraw with the spades as well as a king or a 10, giving him 2 pair. Turns a brick, 5 of clubs. And he gets there on the river with the 3 of spades. That is the best thing about offsuit cards, is that you have 2 flush draws. And his second flush draw came to fruition. And he scoops this $10,000 pot, flipping king 10 offsuit with ace jack suited in the stand-up game. Seinfeld taking it on the chin. Knows he got the money in good, but sometimes you lose with the best hand. That's why it's poker. Nice pot coming Luckbox's way. Who is going to double up here? So far in the stand-up game, we've played, I believe, 5 hands, and there's been 2 double ups. All right, let's look at the chip count here. Mark up top with 25K. Carly at the bottom with 4,000. VPIPs, of course, Mark and JD in there with the plus 50 VPIP. Bruce and Seinfeld at the bottom with 19. Everyone else in the middle. And look at all of these people in the green. Habibi, Sam, Bruce, Luckbox, JD, and Rich Asian Bro all up. Seinfeld, Carly, and Mark down the most. And always unfortunate when the person with the highest VPIP is also down the most, which is what is happening to Mark today. He's down 14K after losing that pretty... He lost a flip earlier. He doubled up in the first hand of the stand-up game. I think Habibi Sam, when he had suited ace and Habibi Sam had queens. Speaking of queens, Bruce picks up the ladies in +2, and he is going to make it $800. It is going to fold around. JD, who picks up a mediocre hand and is sitting, is going to let it go. Dan is sitting as well and has... Oh, sorry. Dan is still standing with the offsuit ace 10. Bruce has been playing pretty snug. So does he want to 3-bet this hand, or is he going to trust that Bruce's open is pretty strong? Wow, he's actually just going to make the exploitative fold here, figuring Bruce is under bluffing. And of course, Bruce has the big smile, winning with pocket queens and being able to sit down. And Dan's feeling pretty good about his fold. Nice fold, Dan. Slybuha says, Jack 10 gets me in a lot of trouble. I love Jack 10. Jack 10 suited, give me Jack 10 suited any day. All right, so Carly, Rich Asian Bro, Seinfeld, and Dan are still standing, fighting to win a pot so that they don't have to pay out the penalty. Has Luckbox won any hands? Yeah, he just doubled up off of Seinfeld with King 10 offsuit after limp jamming for 4.7K from under the gun. I would say he's holding true to his name. Carly with 7 deuce, just gonna let it go. Something I often think about when I'm playing the stand-up game is just who is still standing and what position they're in. It really incentivizes how much you want to open. If there's a lot of people who are still standing behind you, you're going to face a lot of resistance. But if they've already folded, that's a good chance for you to maybe try and take down that pot. Cameron Williams asks, is the announcer Abby Poker? No. My name is Liliana. I'm also Flop Era Poker on Instagram and YouTube, here live at Commerce Casino in Los Angeles. I have been told that I sound like her a couple of times. I don't necessarily agree. I think we just both have women's voices in poker, and there's not that many of us. No, Slybuha. Luckbox is in the blue shirt. JD is in the beanie. And he pulled off a pretty nice bluff early on. And he is sitting, so he did win a hand recently in the stand-up game. I can't remember right now which one it was, though. But Cameron, welcome to the YouTube chat. All right, Dan is going to open ace-deuce offsuit. He's sick of it. He's ready to sit down in the stand-up game. Let's see if he faces any resistance. Habibi Sam doesn't need a button, but he's going to defend with queen 9 offsuit. Flop comes 6-6 jack. Ace high good. Habibi Sam is going to check, and Dan is just going to check back here. Maybe thinks his ace high is good. Unfortunately, the turn is a 9, giving Habibi Sam the best hand with second pair. And he is just going to make a pair and bet. He's going to make it looks like 600. And Dan is going to call with his ace high. Gonna need some help here, which he does not get. Jack on the river. BB Sam is just going to check. And I'm sure Dan maybe thinks his ace high can be good sometimes. So he is going to check it back when it's a double paired board. But unfortunately, the 9 is better than that. Cameron Williams says, yes, it was just the woman in poker thing. You know what? That makes a lot of sense. And Sly Buha. Dan is the one. I was wondering if he'd won a hand yet. You know what? Dan has been getting in there. He's tried to win hands, but has not succeeded. At least in the last 10 or so hands, as long as the stand-up game has been running. But it's not for lack of trying. Sometimes you just get pocket queens in the stand-up game like Bruce did, and you open and everyone folds and you win. Habibi showed leniency. Yeah, I don't think that's how he thought. I think maybe he just didn't want to value on himself. All right, Rich Asian Bro has King 10 suited under the gun. Mark has King 10 off, and he's going to 3-bet. And, oh wait, I think I actually misunderstood the action. I do think there was a blind raise to 200. and a blind raise to 300. So we're playing 25, 50, 100, 200, 300. And then there's a limp from the hijack with ace 4 suited. And Luckbox is going to call with a queen 10 off. All right, 4 ways to a flop of 2, 3, 4 rainbow. Top pair with the wheel draw for JD. Just a bunch of overcards for everyone else. JD is going to bet his top pair and just take it down. So JD, who's already sitting, wins this pot, doesn't have to show his hand. All right, so it's Dan, Seinfeld, and Rich Asian Bro, and Carly battling to win a pot. Everyone else waiting in the water for them to get out of line so they can catch some famous stand-up game punts. Carly's going to limp queen deuce suited. Yeah, Sly Booha. When your pair of 4s is top pair, there's really only one board for that to happen, and it was exactly that board. And what premium does Bruce have here? Oh, pocket aces. Makes sense when he puts in the squeeze to 850. And Carly, no, is going to go all in she's going to limp raise against one of the tightest players at the table, and unfortunately is going to get absolutely snapped off by a pair of black aces. She's going to need some mega help here. Not the best timing for Carly trying to find a pot to win with the stand-up game. Well, she flops a pair and backdoor diamonds, so she's got a chance. She's got more of a chance than she had on the pre-flop. And look at that turn. Needs a diamond or a queen or a deuce. Got lots of outs, but that's not one of them. And the best hand in poker is going to hold. And Carly is going to get stacked here. But she's going to pull out the chips from the pant pocket like a baller and rebuy. She's still steaming from folding her flush to a boat. I know. I honestly want to go in there and be like, Carly, when you folded the king high flush draw, it was good. When you got there, it was actually boating up Bruce. But she didn't give Bruce her money in that hand, but she did give it to him with the limp jam with queen deuce of diamonds. We've seen 2 limp jams here with odd hands, and the first time the worst hand won, but this time queen deuce suited could not crack pocket aces. All right, chat, my lo-fi beats song is about to end, and wondering if you guys have any suggestions for the background music. All right, Habibi Sam has pocket kings. Let's see if anyone else picks up something to defend with. Rich Asian Bro says, yes, I do, with Jack 3. And Carly is going to check her option because Habibi Sam limped pocket kings and going to get punished for it because Rich Asian Bro is going to flop trips. And Habibi Sam is going to bet 100. And Rich Asian Bro is just going to call here. And oh, holy cooler. The turn is a king. Boating up Habibi Sam. And pretty deep here. In this very small pot, only 525 in the middle. But I wonder how much more is going to be pushed in there. Rich Asian Bro makes it 200. Habibi Sam basically min clicks it to 500. And now Rich Asian Bro wondering what to do with trips, basically no kicker. And Rich Asian Bro is not going to take the bait, and he is just going to call the river is a brick, 5 of diamonds. It's going to check to Habibi Sam. See how big he wants to go. What hand does he think Rich Asian Bro has? How much value can he get? I like this check from Rich Asian Bro. I don't think he has intentions of check raising here. Maybe not thinking his hand is good with that in position raise on a rainbow turn. But also Habibi Sam limped. Like, this is such a weird pot because this is a limped pot with pocket kings. Habibi Sam is going to make it 1,400. Basically going pot here, and Rich Asian Bro is trying to figure out, if I raise, can I get called by worse? Or do I just make the call here? Obviously, he's never folding, although he doesn't look super happy about the call. But he does call, and of course he loses to pocket kings. But I would say he loses pretty close to the minimum here. After Habibi Sam puts in the very small raise on the turn from 200 to 500, and then pots it on the river. The heater for Rich Asian Bro is over. He had not lost a pot in a minute, but this stand-up game, he's not able to get a pot shipped his way. And on to the next. JD, it looks like, has the blind raise on to 200. So we're playing 25, 50, 100, 200. He is going to get, not sure what Habibi Sam is doing with the 10-8, but I imagine he's V-pipping. Sly Buha says Habibi's still the man. I agree. I agree. But limping the kings did not work out in his favor in that hand for sure. But also, if he didn't limp, Rich Asian probably wouldn't have been in there anyway with the weak jack. So just depends how you look at it. So Habibi Sam is going to raise 10-8 offsuit after there is a $200 blind raise. Mark picks up premium, ace king offsuit, and he is going to make it 900. And now back to JD. He's just going to call from the blind raise with king 10 suited. And Habibi Sam not going anywhere with 10-8 of spades. We're going 3 ways to a flop here. Queen 6-6, 2 clubs. It's going to check around to Habibi Sam, who is just going to check it back. Turn is a king, giving Mark the best hand. And JD also turning top pair, but unfortunately he is outkicked by Mark. How much money is JD going to lose in this hand? Mark's going to go 1,600. JD going to pretty quickly make the call, and Habibi Sam, of course, going to fold with 10 high. Turn is the 7 of clubs, bringing in the front door flush and killing the action, and Mark's going to take it down with ace king, and lucky turn card for JD as Mark does not place another bet on the river. Sometimes in poker, getting lucky is obviously winning the hand, one-outing someone, but a lot of times it's run-outs that kill the action when you were behind. So that was definitely a fortunate run-out for JD there with top pair. All right, so now we have Seinfeld Dan, Rich Asian Bro, and Carly all fighting to win a pot. They've been standing for a while now, but when it's nine-handed, it can just be a lot harder to win a pot. The stand-up game tends to go a little bit longer the more players are at the table versus when it's six-handed. Sometimes the stand-up game can really end in 5 hands. So there's a limp. There's a couple of limps here, including pocket sevens from Rich Asian Bro on the button. And it looks like we're going 6 ways to a flop here in a limped pot. Sorry, 7 ways. There's so many people in this pot that the graphics are on both sides of the screen. Flop is king, king, 8. I think pocket sevens are... Wait, someone must have a king. Turn is a 4. I can't even tell who has the best hand. There's just too many of them. Oh, Carly has second pair with 8s. And the flop checks around. Habibi Sam is going to bet into just everyone and their mother with ace high. Back to Carly with second pair. Not going anywhere. Sorry, she does actually fold. And Rich Asian folded the 7s. And Luckbox with the 6s is in there. Sorry, Rich Asian did not fold. River is a 3. Luckbox is going to check. If Habibi Sam fires again, he is going to take down this pot. Does he want to do it? Just going to check the cards, make sure that he does in fact have ace high. Does not have showdown value, but he is going to give up. And Rich Asian Bro is going to take down this pot with pocket 7s and going to be able to sit down. And Carly frustrated with herself because she did have the 8 and the winning hand. But once there's a bet into 6 people in a call, really hard to feel good about your second pair. Especially because I think when it goes 7-handed, people do just check a king very often there. So Rich Asian Bro is going to be able to sit down, and he has Habibi Sam to thank for that, because Carly otherwise would have won that pot if it had just checked around like it was most likely going to do had Habibi Sam not tried to bluff. But I like the idea, and I think it's really hard to get bluffs through that multi-way. If he had fired on the river, it would have worked, but hard to know that when you can't see the graphics like I can. Sly Booha, Habibi's biggest fan, says, and now he disappoints. Yeah. Not the best play, but I respect the turn attempt. But when you don't fire the river, you are just kind of donating your turn bet to the winner, which will never be you with ace high. All right, so there is a limp from Seinfeld with 6-7 off, and Bruce is going to raise king jack suited. Dan's going to let go 7-8, even though he needs to sit down. Oh, I'm just kidding. He called, and now we're going heads up to a flop of king 3-5, 2 diamonds. Bruce, of course, flops top pair. And Dan has some back doors, but against Bruce, he's not going to be able to realize that equity. And he lets it go. So the final 3 continue to battle, Dan, Seinfeld, and Carly. Rich Asian Bro was able to sit down by eking by in a 7-way pot with pocket 7s. Dan's been in there, but has not been able to really get even close to winning a hand, just seeing a lot of flops and folding, unfortunately. All right, Seinfeld is going to limp with the a6. Bruce is going to limp with pocket 6s. Carly is ready, but unfortunately is going to run into ace-queen. She raises to 700 with 7-8, and Mark is just going to call with ace-queen offsuit, does not elect to 3-bet here, and everyone else, I imagine, is going to fold. Maybe Bruce is going to try to set mine with the 6s. Oh, excuse me. Seinfeld went all in. He's ready to sit down. Seinfeld not super deep there. 5K at the 25, 50, 100 game. Back to Carly. Does she want to gamble for the rest of her stack? Does Seinfeld really have a premium when he limp jams? Because so far, the 3 limp jams under the gun we have seen have been all with trash. She doesn't know that Mark is probably ready to snap off if she calls. You know, she's live against Ace King, against a lot of the bluffs that Seinfeld has, but of course, she's rarely ever ahead getting it in to the flop with 7-8 of diamonds. And she's in there, and Mark now has a decision to make before he was ready. He had his hand on that teal chip ready to snap off, but now he has to wonder, is a limp jam from under the gun and a call from Carly, who opened to 800 and then called jam. How's he doing with ace queen? Obviously, Carly was thinking about it for a while, but maybe she's just doing that with a premium, posturing a little bit to get Mark to call. And now Mark's doing his talking, which he loves to do. Trying to figure out if he is ahead or not. Wow, I would be really surprised if he lets it go, but I understand it looks so strong from Carly. Does not realize that she's just there to gamble with 7-8 of diamonds. It looks like he's about to let it go. Yeah, that's... He lets it go, and he's going to see that he was so far ahead. But everyone has live cards. Mark is pissed. Immediately standing when the cards are revealed is very funny. And flop is 3-5-5. Not too bad. Carly has some back doors. And 3. Oh, wow. All right. Double paired board. The ace is good. So Mark would have chopped with Seinfeld anyway. But let's see if Carly can bink a diamond one time. And that is a hilarious run out. They are just going to chop, and they're both going to stay standing in the stand-up game. So obviously you don't need to be results oriented because Mark did unfortunately make the wrong fold based on what they had, but that is a hilarious run out. Just a boat on the board. They're gonna chop up Mark's money here. All right, so all that sweat for nothing because they do not get to sit. Carly and Seinfeld and Dan are still battling. I do believe Luckbox is sitting. He's just currently standing for the exercise. And Mark is standing out of disdain after folding the ace-queen off. Yeah, Luckbox and Mark sit back down. All right, Carly's going to try again here with queen-jack offsuit. She's going to make it 100, or she's going to limp, and Mark has pocket kings. He's going to raise pretty small to 300. He's ready to get revenge on Carly after her calling off the jam made him fold the best hand. A bunch of Broadways get thrown into the muck. Seinfeld is going to try again. He is going to jam, and Mark is about to get his revenge right here with the pocket kings. Look at his face. Pure joy. Pure joy. And Seinfeld is drawing so thin here with king queen off. He's going to need a straight. He's going to need to flop a straight or 2 queens. Super dominated here. 8% going into the flop. And Mark is all jolly again after being a little tilted And the flop is no help. Seinfeld maybe has some, needs a 10 now to get there. And he's not going to, and pocket kings are going to shockingly hold against king queen offsuit. And Seinfeld has been trying to give away his money, jamming ace-6 off, jamming king queen o, and he successfully does give it away to our friend Mark here, who wins that $12,000 pot. Carly gives Mark a little pat on the shoulder. Sly Boo says Carly would have won with the queen. I think she had queen jack off. That's true. But after calling a jam with 7-8 suited, I think she was done gambling. She got a gift with the chop. All right. So someone who's sitting won the pot. So again, Seinfeld is battling. Always unfortunate to get stacked in the stand-up game, have to rebuy, and still be on the hook for the penalty. Sly Booha is rooting for Carly to sit soon. JD is going to raise ace-5 offsuit, and Dan, who is just ready to sit down, gonna have to let go 9-4 of hearts from the button. BB Sam is going to call, and Luckbox is going to call as well. We are going 3 ways to a flop of 5, 6, 7, 2 spades. And Luckbox is living to his name, just going to flop the nuts here. It is going to check around, and JD is going to c-bet his bottom pair. And Luckbox has a decision to make. Does he want to fast play his hand? And he does. He raises to 1,000. And JD is going to call. The turn is the 10, giving Luckbox the nuts as well. And he's going to keep firing 2,000 into 3,200. Can JD really hang on with his bottom pair after getting check raised and Luckbox continuing on the turn? The only bluff he really beats that Luckbox could maybe have here is spades, but JD is just going to let it go. So Seinfeld, Carly, and Dan still standing as there is a dealer change, and we're going to get the chip count real quick here. Mark up top with 34K after doubling up with kings. Everyone else has less than that, obviously. The V-pips here, JD up top with 50%, all the way down to Seinfeld at 21%. Although Seinfeld has gotten all his money in twice during the stand-up game with some trash, so don't shame him for his V-pip too much. And then the chip counts here, BB Sam up 12K, Bruce up 10, Luckbox up 5, and everyone else down. So far, Seinfeld is the big loser with 10K after losing that flip, and a BB Sam up top after playing really well today. And we are going to see the next hand of the stand-up game, which has been going on for a minute. I'm sure the people who are physically standing are getting tired of it. Dan leaning on the rail. Seinfeld looking pretty chipper despite getting stacked. Carly looks like she is ready to win a pot. But not this one. She is going to fold her trash, and JD is going to pick up ace-queen suited. And it's going to fold around to Bruce, who's going to defend from the third blind with queen jack suited. We are going heads up to a flop. against two players who are already sitting ace, 8, 7, 2 diamonds, top pair for JD and nothing for Bruce, and it is just going to be c-bet and folded. And JD's going to take down the pot. All right, chat. Who do you think is going to lose the stand-up game? Usually I have an inclination of who, but Seinfeld seems the most determined to win. He's down to, like, put money in the middle. CARLY seems the most fed up with standing. And Dan has been probably V-pipping the most and trying the hardest, but has not obviously won a pot. Any of these three could be the loser. As we go to the next hand. We got to vote for Dan being the loser of the stand-up game. And CARLY just going to have to fold her garbage. Looks like Dan folded his garbage as well. And Luckbox raises King Jack suited to 400. Looks like JD is going to defend. Flop is Queen 10-4 rainbow. Gonna check. Luckbox is gonna c-bet. And JD is not going to let go of his king high just yet. The turn is he had bottom pair. The turn is a very dangerous king. Now JD has 2 pair. And Luckbox has top pair as well, but he also is open-ended. He's going to make it 700, and now JD with 2 pair is going to check raise to 2,000, and Luckbox is going to snap him off. A lot of outs here, and he is going to river a chop with the board pairing 10. And now they both have the same hand. King, king, 10, 10, queen, kicker. And Luckbox got lucky again by getting saved here from the turned 2 pair versus top pair. And the long stand-up game continues as Seinfeld starts doing some stretches as he feels the weight of standing for this long. All right, next hand. We're in hand 36 of the night. We have the 200 blind raise on, folds around to Luckbox, who's going to make it 300 with the 6-5. And Seinfeld is, of course, just going to jam. And let's see what Habibi does with King-Queen offsuit here. We've seen Seinfeld jam twice with garbage. Chopped once, lost the other. Habibi Sam is just going to let it go, though. And wow, a lot of premiums behind him. Let's see what Bruce does with Ace-Jack suited. He has seen how wide Seinfeld is jamming, but he is not going to defend. And he is just going to fold. Oh, my. And now Luckbox is trying to size down Seinfeld. But I don't think he's going to be able to defend with the 6 high, and he's just going to fold. And Seinfeld is finally going to be able to sit down here with the Ace-9 offsuit, getting King, Queen, O, and Ace-Jack suited to fold. Yeah, that was very, very tight fold by Bruce. Not super surprised to see it, but oops, sorry if you guys heard that. Not super surprised to see it, but yeah, if he had been seeing how wide Seinfeld is jamming, then he should be calling there. Maybe he'd call, like Bruce specifically as a player would call with like ace queen suited, but maybe ace jack suited is just a little bit too weak for him. But he did not want to gamble in a 10K flip, even though he super dominated. Of course, he didn't know that. Bruce's ace-9 offsuit. And I hear from the other room that they're calling for another stand-up game, but they're 15 minutes ahead of time. So let's see who wins, who loses this round of the stand-up game. Seinfeld sat down. It is between CARLY and Dan. Stand-up game has been going, I think since hand 11 is when they started it, so it's been going for about 25 hands. And it looks like Dan open to 800. Graphics are slightly delayed, so can't see what he has quite yet. But Dan's ready to just take it down already. All right, so it looks like there is a blind 200 on. Dan raises to 800 with king queen off. CARLY calls from the big blind with 8-9 off, and JD calls with the suited king 6. 3 ways to a flop, 2 people in the stand-up game. Is this the hand where someone sits down, or is JD going to keep the world's longest stand-up game going? That's what we're about to find out on this flop of Queen, Jack 5, 2 clubs. So top pair for Dan, gut shot for CARLY, backdoor clubs as well. But Dan is going to take a stab at it, going 1,200 with his top pair. CARLY next to act. How does she want to play this not bad flop for her hand? Decision on CARLY. Obviously, the stand-up game is on. She thinks Dan can be doing this pretty wide. He's desperate to win a pot. And she is just going to let it go, and Dan takes it down with top pair, and CARLY unfortunately loses the stand-up game and is going to have to pay out every player at this table an amount, I don't know, $200, $300? I think maybe we'll be able to figure it out here just by watching the table. For those of you who are just joining, apologies about the muted sound at the table. We're having some audio difficulties today. So it's just me and dead silence, and you guys in the chat, or you guys watching from the TV or from your phone, or wherever you may be watching. The toilet, your bed, on a run. I don't know when people are watching poker streams, but we just finished a very long, nearly 26 hand round of the stand-up game. Almost 3 full orbits. CARLY unfortunately lost this round of the stand-up game, but she got pretty lucky, got all the money in 7-8 versus like ace high, and they ended up chopping when the board ran out a full house. But she did end up losing the stand-up game. And now we are in hand 38 of the night. Luckbox is going to limp 10-9 suited. Seinfeld just going to fold. Habibi Sam with the pocket deuces. He's going to call, try to set mine. Rich Asian Bro with pocket queens. In this pot with 2 limbers ahead of him, how big is he going to go? He makes it 600. Reasonably sized. Can't imagine Luckbox limps to limp fold, suited 9-10. Oh, I was wrong. Luck box, it does fold. And Habibi Sam is going to make the call. We're going heads up to a flop after limp, limp, raise, fold, call, and deuce 7-9. 2 spades. Such a safe flop for Rich Asian Bro. Little does he know Habibi Sam has flopped bottom set, and he is in a world of trouble. There's $1,400 in the middle and $9,000 behind. Is it all going to go in the middle? Let's see. Habibi tank and checks to Rich Asian Bro, the pre-flop raiser. Let's see what he wants to do, what hands he's trying to get value from. What is Habibi limp calling with? Rich Asian Bro is going to make it 600. And Habibi Sam, is he going to fast play? Is he just going to call with his bottom set? Has the first big decision of the hand here. And he is going to put in the raise. Looks like to 1,500. Relatively small raise here from Rich Asian Bro, but of course alarm bells are already going off. What is Habibi Sam doing it with? He's shown a ton of bluffs here so far tonight. Maybe he's doing it with worse value like pocket tens, pocket jacks. If he's ever limping those hands, maybe he has a flush draw, maybe he has a straight draw, or of course maybe he has a set or two pair. Rich Asian Bro can't fold just yet with an overpair, and we'll just have to see how Habibi Sam behaves on the turn, which is going to be a 6 of diamonds, bringing in some straights if Habibi Sam is ever bluffing with a hand like 10-8. If he has a flush draw, still drawing. And of course, if he has a made hand, still made. So let's see what Habibi Sam wants to do after check raising to $1,500 off a $600 C-bet from Rich Asian Bro, after he limp called pre-flop to Rich Asian Bro's $600 ISO over $100 limp. And he's going to make it 2,200, about half pot, setting himself up for a nice river jam if he gets there. Rich Asian Bro has a real decision to make. Does he want to call or does he want to fold here? Always so hard to fold an overpair here, especially when the board is that wet and it gets check raised by a maniac who's just bluffing into 7 people. And Rich Asian Bro is not folding just yet, makes the call. Drawing to a queen. And gets a jack of spades instead. This actually might be a really nice river card for Rich Asian Bro. Now, if Habibi Sam was check raising with a bluff on the flop, every single bluff gets there. If he had a straight draw, it got there. If he had a flush draw, it got there. So I think that Rich Asian Bro, if he's ever going to be able to get away from an overpair, it's on this exact run out. Let's see if Habibi Sam wants to jam, if he's afraid of these spades getting there. Because if he checks, it will go check, check, and he will win this hand. I don't think Rich Asian Bro is going to turn his hand into a bluff. And it looks like it did go check, check, and Rich Asian Bro is going to lose. Not the max, like he was maybe set up to do on a cleaner river card. Habibi Sam is scooping this 9K pot for $4,500 profit, but he doesn't look too happy. Definitely not the nicest river card and never feels good to check when you were planning on jamming and then being ahead anyway. Senzo to win in the Twitch chat said, who is in the booth commentating tonight? Hello, this is Liliana, aka Flop Era Poker on YouTube and Instagram. I am a mid-stakes cash game player here in Los Angeles. I come commentate here a couple times a month and I post incessantly online if you want to follow. But if not, that's fine. We'll just meet here at the Bally Poker live at the Commerce 2550-100 stream game with no table audio today. It's just me. But imagine the sound of chip shuffling in the background. Earlier, I was trying to make it sound good by putting on lo-fi beats, but maybe I should have just put on the sound of chip shuffling in the background. All right, it looks like Seinfeld's going to raise Queen Jack from +1. Bruce going to flat pocket nines, not 3-betting the premium. Mark's going to call with the pocket threes. Dan looks interested. He's going to squeeze here. I'm going to make it 1,600 with Queen 8 offsuit. Trying to win some pots today. And he picked a good spot. It's going to fold. Bruce, who has been over-folding, to say it lightly tonight, I don't think is going to defend the pocket nines here. But I could be wrong. We saw him trap earlier with jacks and fold to aggression when it went super multi-way. And yeah, he's going to fold pocket nines here. And Dan correctly identifying the situation that when there's a bunch of callers behind, they are usually calling to fold to aggression. And he scoops down this nice pot preflop with the ugly Queen 8 offsuit. All right, we are going to the next hand here, and Bruce is going to limp ace-jack offsuit. Mark peels queen-jack suited from the button. It looks like he made it 300 and is going to get a call from JD and from Dan as well. And Bruce is going to come along with ace-jack offsuit. We're going 4 ways to a flop, $1,300 in the middle, hand 40 of the night on this beautiful Wednesday in Los Angeles. And the flop is 8-9 king, 2 diamonds. So JD flops top pair. Mark flops a flush draw. It is going to check around to Mark, who's going to make it 500. And JD is going to, of course, make the call with top pair and some backdoor hearts going for him as well. Bruce going to fold ace-jack offsuit. Turn is a 6, giving Mark the flush and the check mark. It's going to check around to Mark, and let's see if he wants to keep barreling here with his turn second nuts. And how sticky is JD going to be with top pair when the front door flush completes on the turn? There's a bet on the flop, and Mark continues betting on the turn. It looks like for 1350, if I can read the chips correctly. Yep, 1350. Does JD want to call one more time? Is he going to call 2 more times? Is he just going to fold right here? And he does make the very wise fold with top pair, figuring he's never good there. Very nice, solid fold by JD there. And loses the minimum here, flopping top pair. Yeah, whenever it goes multi-way like that and someone double barrels, their range tends to be a little bit stronger than normal. And JD was correctly assessing the situation. And let go king 10 of hearts. And Bruce building up a little stack here, being rewarded for his tight play. Mark as well, building up a stack. A BB Sam sitting on 23K. I think the big stack at the table overall. And it's going to fold around to Dan in the small blind. And he's just going to fold. Luckbox is going to raise 7 deuce of diamonds. And Seinfeld is going to let go the King Jack O in position. And Luckbox is just going to take it down. Oh no, JD limp called 9-5 off, excuse me. Can't forget about JD. He's in there. Ace, Jack, 3, Rainbow. And Luckbox is going to continue betting. He's got backdoor, diamonds, and 7 high. And look at the joy on his face from C betting and getting the fold from 9 high. He did get the worst hand to fold. He scoops up this little pot there, gaining some momentum. They are not playing the 7 deuce game, but sometimes it's just fun to win with 7 deuce, whether you get paid for it or not. All right, we're in hand 42 here. And CARLY is going to limp a 7 offsuit. Mark's going to limp as well. JD has pocket 7s, and he's going to make it 400. And it's going to fold around. Back to CARLY. BB Sam completed, BB Sam called from the third blind with 6 deuce of hearts. CARLY limp raised a 7 to 1,800 off of about a 5K stack, and JD very quickly makes the call here with pocket 7s. And everyone else folds. We're going heads up to a limp raised pot. Ace 7 off from CARLY versus pocket 7s from JD. Flop comes Jack 9, 4, 2 diamonds. Let's see if CARLY wants to continue telling the story. She is going to check it over to JD, who's going to just make it 2K. And CARLY going to very quickly fold and very quickly add on after the failed bluff raise with a 7 offsuit. JD correctly sniffing out and just snap calling with a pocket 7s, not believing CARLY had a premium there. And his read was correct, and he's able to scoop up that pot. All right, sorry about that. It looks like we are in a limped pot based on the pot size. King, 10, Jack, Rainbow. It looks like CARLY's king is best here. Habibi Sam has middle pair and backdoor hearts. Not much for anyone else. I guess Rich Asian Bro is open-ended. CARLY bets 300. Luckbox has bottom pair. And is just going to fold. Habibi Sam is just going to let go. And Rich Asian Bro not trying to gamble with the queen, and CARLY going to take it down. All right, the beginning of the CARLY momentum is starting. I feel it. She's been having a tough time losing the stand-up game in a very, very long 20-something hand round of this stand-up game. But heater's got to start somewhere, and maybe it comes from that hand right there. All right, looks like we have the blind raise on. Mark is in the under the gun position. Put the 200 on. Seinfeld with 6-4 suited is going to open to 450. CARLY picks up pocket jacks. Did I just not say CARLY heater incoming? No overcards to worry about. She's going to make it 1600. Apologies, 1700. And Mark with the 5 deuce is gonna let it go. And Seinfeld, I can't imagine, is gonna defend 6 high. And CARLY will take down this pot. $725 profit with pocket jacks that never sees a flop. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Sometimes when I have premiums and I don't get any action, I get really frustrated. But when you have a hand like pocket tens, pocket jacks, pocket queens, and you just take it down pre-flop and you take down the dead money, that's a win in itself. It's not always about the big pots. It's just consistently taking down small pots or medium pots as well. Not as juicy and enticing, of course, as winning a giant pot, but pretty good result for pocket jacks there, in my opinion. All right, JD in the blind raise this time. So it is 25, 50, 100, 200, 4 blinds. Luckbox runs over to his seat to peel his cards, but it's just Jack Deuce of clubs, so he lets it go. And Habibi Sam has pocket 8s. And he's going to raise 600 and... Sorry, Seinfeld has pocket 8s. Habibi Sam has ace king. Big pot coming. He's going to 3-bet to $1,700. Rich Asian Bro looks like he has a decision to make. And he has pocket 10s. All right, dealer. Hand 45, I believe, is about to be a good one. Let's see what he wants to do when it is 25, 50, 100, 200. And there is a open and a 3-bet ahead of him with pocket 10s in the small blind. Does he want to put in the 4-bet? He's just going to call the 3-bet out of position. And CARLY is going to call as well with Queen Jack. And back to Seinfeld, who is now getting a great price to call unless he wants to put in the squeeze. Thinking about all of his options here. When Rich Asian Bro and JD just call, they're relatively capped, but if he squeezes, is it going to work? He has Habibi Sam to worry about. And he's just going to call. We're going 4 ways to a flop with $7,000 in the middle. Flop comes 6-6-4. The flop you want to see when you have pocket 10s. And low-key also the flop you want to see when you have pocket 8s. Habibi Sam, there's 1 spade out there. Does he want to keep telling the story? He does. He bets $2,000 into 7. Pocket 10s from Rich Asian Bro are next to act. He definitely has a decision to make. What is Habibi Sam 3-betting with? And then continue betting into 3 other people on a flop of 6-6-4. It's just a whole lot of overpairs that beat pocket 10s. And then, of course, he does have some bluffs like ace king. So See if Rich Asian Bro wants to see a turn, but if Habibi Sam empties the clip here, wonder if it will get it through. The problem is that there are so many people in this hand that the SPR is just so low. CARLY is going to fold, and Seinfeld is going to fold the pocket eights as well here after all of that action ahead of him. So now we are heads up going to return $11,000 in the middle. A safe 9. If Habibi was ahead on the flop, he is still ahead on the turn. And Rich Asian Bro is going to check it back over to him. And it seems like the dealer wanted to peel the river, but Habibi Sam said, I did not check yet. This is where he wants to go. Rich Asian Bro has $7,000 behind him. If Habibi jams, he might get Rich Asian Bro to fold his hand. Does he want to keep telling the story that he has an overpair, that he has aces, kings, queens? Seinfeld, pre-flop, Seinfeld opened to 600. Habibi Sam 3-bet to 1,700, and he got 3 callers from Rich Asian Bro with pocket 10s, CARLY with queen, jack of diamonds, and Seinfeld with pocket 8s. It checked around to Habibi Sam on the flop, who bet $2,000 into 7. But he does give up on the turn, and he checks it back. And the river is a deuce, as blank as it gets, and pocket 10s are good. Only about 70% pot behind from Rich Asian Bro. Does he want to value bet his 10s? Does he just want to check and try to get to showdown? Is Habibi Sam ever checking back the turn with aces, kings, queens, or jacks? Maybe not. So his hand is pretty clear. He just has 2 overs. Let's see what Rich Asian Bro wants to do. If he wants to go all in, if he wants to go small to induce. And he goes $2,500, leaving himself $4,000 behind. Maybe going to try and get the side call from ace king, ace queen type holdings. Habibi Sam thinking about what to do. Does he want to try and bluff catch? Does he just want to let it go? If I'm Rich Asian Bro, I'm feeling really good about my pocket 10s here. Habibi Sam trying to figure out what to do. Maybe regretting checking back that turn. In the blender, and it looks like he's giving it the funeral peel before letting it go. But he's putting the chips in his hand. It's just 7 chips, 2 teals, 5 whites, to see if he's getting bluffed or not. And wow, it's in his hand. He's ready to make the hero call. But he will be so wrong if he does. But he is just going to wisely make the fold. And Rich Asian Bro flatting the 3-bet from out of position with the middling pocket pair is going to be rewarded. And take down that large pot, 10K pot, I believe. Very frustrating for Habibi Sam. You could see it in his face. Definitely a tricky spot when you squeeze, or when you 3-bet and then you get 2 callers. 3 callers, 2 cold callers. All right, let's see the chip count here. Mark up top with $35,000 in front of him. CARLY still struggling at the bottom here with $5,000. Everyone else in the middle, but Mark is covering everyone by $15,000. But Habibi Sam still up there with nearly 20K. VPIP, JD, Mark have been going after it, each about around 50. Everyone else in the 30s, Seinfeld and Bruce at the bottom with 24 and 26 respectively. And the chip counts here, Habibi Sam up the most, Bruce, Luckbox, Rich Asian Bro, and Dan all in the profit, JD, Mark, Seinfeld, and CARLY all in the red. CARLY down the most right now, down nearly $13,000 here at the 2550 100 game at Commerce Casino in Los Angeles, brought to you by Bally Poker Live. I'm your commentator, Liliana, aka Flop Era Poker on Instagram and YouTube. And we are turning on the stand-up game once again, and we have now the graphics showing the white dots, meaning that if there's a white dot next to your name, you still need to get rid of your knit button. First hand of the stand-up game, Dan peels pocket sevens and just opens to 700, 7x under the gun. And it's going to fold to Mark, who has ace-king suited in the big blind. Here we go. And he is going to just go absolutely all in and put Dan in a spot. Oh, man. He has pocket sevens here and is trying to figure out if he's flipping or if he's dead. Sevens are pretty low on the pocket pairs that I would want to be calling in this spot. Mark is definitely jam happy, as we've seen tonight and over the course of the last several times that he's been here, and he is going to take it down. Dan not trying to flip for all the chips with pocket sevens, and Mark gets to sit down in the first hand of the stand-up game. Always feels good to win the first hand of the stand-up game. Now he gets to sit back and enjoy the chaos as everyone else battles it out, increases their VPIPs, over bluffs and over calls in the stand-up game. And he doesn't have to stand. He gets to enjoy sitting in a seat because here at Commerce Casino, we make the players actually stand up during the stand-up game. And now we're in hand 2 of the stand-up game, hand 47 of the night. And Luckbox is going to limp pocket fours under the gun, a.k.a. pirate aces, what I learned today. Seinfeld is going to open over the limp to $600 with king 10 offsuit. Habibi Sam in there with ace queen off. Just going to make the call. It is going to fold around back to JD with ace-5 offsuit from the big blind. And he wants to figure out if he wants to get in there in this multi-way pot. He does. And JD is going to squeeze to $2,300. Going to make Luckbox snap fold the pocket fours. Seinfeld lets it go. And now Habibi Sam with the best hand, getting a little tricky, just calling the raise with ace queen off, has to wonder if JD is going to be doing this lightly or if he should take his 3-bet from the big blind at face value. Pretty deep here. 10K effective, and Habibi Sam is going to make the call. Flop is 8, 10, 5, 2 spades, and JD with the ace of spades is going to keep betting. He makes it, looks like 1,200 into 54. BB Sam with two live overs. But JD, sorry, he did flop bottom pair actually, so he is now behind the ace-5, and it looks like Habibi Sam is just going to make the fold, and JD gets to sit down. So Habibi Sam, best hand pre-flop, but makes the correct fold on the flop. Always a tough spot to be double flatting pre-flop. And JD attacked the weakness that he sensed, also had backdoor spades with bottom pair. Not a bad flop for ace-5 offsuit. And so Mark and JD both sitting down early in the stand-up game. Sin City, Nevada 7413 asked who's winning. Right now, Habibi Sam and Mark. Two big stacks at the table, but we're only about halfway through today's 2550 100 game, so who's winning and who stays winning will be different. As we see here with eights versus jacks going into a flop of jack 10-3. Looks like it went check, check, and the turn is a 10, giving Mark a boat, and the check mark. Luck box is going to just bet into the nuts and get called. The river is a 9, bringing in the front door flush draw, bringing in some straights. Luck box is tricky. He's going to check, or Luck box is going to check his pocket eights, and Mark is going to bet 2K with his boat, and Luck box has to decide if he wants to do some bluff catching here. 3 overs, paired board, front door flush gets there, straight gets there, and you're sitting there with pocket eights, and Luck box just makes the fold. Mark's gonna take 1K in profit there with pocket jacks. He doesn't have to show his hand because he's already sitting in the stand-up game. But every hand someone wins who's sitting down, it just makes the players who are still standing have to fight a little bit longer, stand a little bit longer to avoid paying out the penalty in the stand-up game. 2 people sitting, 7 people standing in the fourth hand now of the second round of the stand-up game. Rich Asian Bro is going to open King 5 suited from +2. Going to fold around to Mark, who's going to make the call with King 10 off. JD is going to call from the button with Ace 9 offsuit. Luckbox is in there with 8-9 off as well. So we are going 4 ways to a flop. Mark and JD both do not need to win this hand to get rid of their nip button, but Luckbox and Rich Asian Bro do. Flop is Queen 7-4 rainbow. And ace high is still good. Let's see if Rich Asian Bro wants to bet into 3 people. He's got some backdoor straight, backdoor flush possibilities. And he does. He bets 300. Gonna clean up some equity. Maybe gonna get ace high to fold here. It looks like he does not. Graphics are slightly delayed. But I think the dealer did just peel a turn. Yeah. Looks like king on the turn. JD made the call with ace high. And the turn is a king, giving Rich Asian Bro top pair. River is a 5, giving him 2 pair. And now let's see if he can get any value from... I imagine he'd be targeting like a queen. That's what hand JD is calling. Don't think he thinks JD is as weak as just ace high here. If JD had a queen, it does make sense that he would check back on a turned king. And he is going to bet $1,200 into about 2K. And does JD want to be a hero? Does he want to turn his hand into a bluff? Because that will not go well. He does make the hero call with ace high. And Rich Asian Bro gets to sit down with his 2-pair. Nope. JD made the correct call on the flop, kind of sensing that Rich Asian Bro was just going to be trying to sit down. But then when he slows down, when he turns top pair, he does end up paying Rich Asian Bro off for his slightly sneaky turn check there. All right, we are in the next hand of the stand-up game. Rich Asian Bro is going to open King Queen offsuit from +1. Excuse me. JD is going to call with ace 4 of spades. Luckbox is going to call as well with the suited jack, and Habibi Sam will complete from the 100 straddle with 4 deuce offsuit. Just wants to see what happens. And what happens is 5, 7, 8, 2 hearts. Ace high still good here. Gut shot and backdoor for Luckbox, so he's just going to go out and bet $300 and going to potentially get the folds. JD heroed it off with ace high, and he's going to raise here. He's got a gut shot and ace high, and he's going to raise in position here. And Luckbox not going anywhere just yet. He has a lot of good turns for him. That is not one of them. It is the ace of spades, giving JD top pair. Luckbox is going to check, and now JD is going to bet 2K into 3,500. And Luckbox drawing to a 6. Is just going to let it go. And JD, with the bluff raise in position and getting there on the turn, is going to take it down. Of course, JD has won a lot of hands in the stand-up game, I think 3 or 4, and just, again, extending the length of this stand-up game, which is very good for him because, of course, during the stand-up game, people are playing suboptimally in many ways, just seeing too many flops, being too aggressive. And when you're sitting, you got to just be patient and try to catch the mistakes that people are inevitably making in the stand-up game. Sly Buha is suspicious of Dan, who won the stand-up game versus CARLY heads up after a long battle. As he continues to stand, Luckbox is standing, Seinfeld is standing, Habibi Sam is standing, and CARLY is standing as well. Bruce is leaning, but he is technically standing. And it looks like we have the 200 on, an open to King 10 from Mark, a call, 3 calls, and Rich Asian Bro from the blind 200 is going to complete with the 4 deuce off. It didn't work for Habibi Sam last hand. Maybe it'll work for him this hand. We are going 5 ways to a flop here of King 9-3, 2 hearts. So Bruce flops second pair. Mark has a gut shot. CARLY has a better second pair than Bruce. And Bruce has backdoor diamonds. And it's going to check around to JD, who's going to bet his second pair. Going to fold around. Luckbox is going to fold. Bruce is going to make the call. And Rich Asian Bro and Mark are going to fold. And the turn is a queen. Oh, Mark was sticky with his queen, and he turns the best hand. The river is a 7. So second pair is good for Mark. He's not going to bet for value. He's just going to check it to JD, who stabbed on the flop and checked back the turn. Is JD going to try to get some value from his 9s? Is he turning his hand into a bluff? He's betting 1,800. And Bruce looks confused, but can't imagine he's going to want to call with someone behind him. He's going to let it go, and I imagine going to get snapped off by Mark here. Mark looks confused. Would JD really check back? A king on the turn? Broken aggression tends to get called more. And that's definitely what happened to JD here. Bet the flop, check the turn, bet the river. Looks a little bit suspicious, but it looks like Mark did make the fold with second pair, believing JD has a better hand. Surprised by that. I am surprised by that fold from Mark, but JD looks very happy about it, scooping up another hand in the stand-up game. Everyone doing their little stretches, getting a little restless while standing. Bruce there is looking like he's ready to sit down. Dan basically sitting down, but it's just a deep lean. We got a limp from Mark with a 6 suited. Limp from JD, limp from Dan. Seinfeld loves his offsuit ace rag to squeeze with. He is going to make it $800. Habibi Sam gonna fold. Bruce is going to fold as well. Back to Mark, who limped with a suited ace-6. Oh, excuse me. The action is actually on Rich Asian Bro, who has pocket 8s versus a limps and a raise from Seinfeld with ace-6. Rich Asian Bro. Trying to figure out what he wants to do here with his middling pocket pair. He's just going to call again. It worked for him when he had pocket 10s versus Habibi Sam. Let's see what Mark wants to do. After folding second pair, maybe he's going to be a little bit stickier this hand. Tend to see that in a lot of players. If they make a big fold in one hand, they're going to try to get in there in the next hand to make up for it. So he is going to limp call with 8-6 suited. And JD is going to limp raise King 10 offsuit. I really like it. Sensing weakness specifically from Rich Asian Bro, who just cold called the 3-bet there. I guess cold called the raise there because it was limps. Limps, raise from Seinfeld with a6 off. Cold call from Rich Asian Bro from the third blind. Limp call from Mark, and then a squeeze from JD, who limped with King 10 offsuit. Seinfeld looked like he was thinking about pulling a move, but he's just folding. And now Rich Asian Bro with the real decision to make here. They are pretty deep. 14K effective here. 6K already in the middle. Does he want to go set mining? And it looks like he jammed. I really like it. Back. This is just a hand of so many back jams. Rich Asian Bro flatted a squeeze from the third blind. JD limp raised. And then Rich Asian Bro. I don't even know what you would call this. Limp, or he... I don't know. He just... He back jammed. That's the word. Smooth call jammed from the third blind. And now JD is wondering, does he have 2 overs? Is he live? What is Rich Asian Bro possibly doing this with that's strong? Can he ever really be at top of range? Does he just detect that JD himself is over squeezing, over limp raise bluffing? All of these thoughts are going through his head right now as he tries to stare down Rich Asian Bro. He is just going to let it go. And Rich Asian Bro wins a pretty monster pot here. Just makes $5,000 here pre-flop. from a very odd series of actions. And this is just the epitome of what the stand-up game does to people. Both Rich Asian Bro and JD are sitting, detecting that they can steal a lot of dead money from these players who are all standing and limping too wide, opening too wide. And Rich Asian Bro takes it down. Very well played. Definitely a lot of meta game going on in that hand right there. Yeah, Slybuha says that he's seen someone do it with aces. It's confusing. It's always the back jams are always confusing. And I think that it's like one of the few moves that and limp raising are ones that you can most kind of profile people based on their age and other factors. You can kind of guess, all right, are you full of it? Or are you just super nutted here trying to be tricky? And I think Rich Asian Bro correctly assessed that JD was full of it. And JD kind of assessed that Rich Asian Bro was full of it too, but didn't really have a hand strong enough to bluff catch. Wonder what he would have done if it was suited. Or just like one pip better. But anyway, Dan has pocket jacks, and he is going to raise to 800 after a limp from Mark with suited 9-6. Luckbox now with the pocket ace is going to call on. Rich Asian Bro has another premium ace king of diamonds. And he is going to 3-bet to $3,500. Might see a monster flip here. Rich Asian Bro 3-betting a size that kind of tells Dan, if you go all in, I am committed and I am going to call. So let's see what Dan wants to do. He needs to sit down. Rich Asian Bro does not. Luckbox does as well, but I can't imagine he's going to want to be in there when he sees the action that's about to follow. Dan can just flat here, but then it's annoying because Luckbox is very incentivized to call. The more likely a spot that he just wants to jam. There's not really a size that he can 4-bet to. That's just not all in. Graphics say that Dan is left to act, but I imagine he went all in. Yeah. Dan went all in, and now Luckbox and Rich Asian Bro have decisions to make. Actions on Luckbox right now. A pocket eights worked for Rich Asian Bro, but they're not going to work for Luckbox. He shows Seinfeld the hand. Seinfeld folds it. Thinks it's a good fold when Dan jams. And, of course, Rich Asian Bro not folding ace-king suited pre-flop, but he just wants to see how much money Dan has behind, and he makes the call, of course. And we are seeing a proper flip here. Ace-king of diamonds versus jacks with the jack of diamonds. 52.48. The equities are so close. Almost $19,000 in the middle, and just a jack. The hand that's ahead stays ahead, but of course, Rich Asian Bro has some backdoors working for him, as well as a gut shot. Needs a queen or a diamond or an ace or a king to stay alive on this turn. And unfortunately, that's going to seal the deal. Dan turns a boat. And that's that. $19,000 shipped to our friend Dan here. He's going to lose his nip button in the stand-up game, as well as fully double up off of Rich Asian Bro, who has been running really, really good today and playing very well. But unfortunately, that hand is going to take away a big chunk of his profits, potentially even putting him in the red. And Dan looking pretty calm after winning what so far is the biggest pot of the night. Jacks versus Ace King for $18,700. Here at, say it with me, Commerce Casino in Los Angeles at Bally Poker Live, where we are playing some 25, 50, 100 with the stand-up game on. Yes, Slybuha. I said ace or king. Slybuha says ace or king no good after flop, but needed a jack or diamonds. JD with the mystery hand here. Looks like it's going to fold around to, or Habibi Sam limps from the cutoff. Bruce makes it 600 with ace-5 offsuit. Getting a little out of line, Bruce. I like to see it. JD calls with a mystery hand, and Habibi Sam calls as well. We're going 3 ways to a flop of 3, 9, 7 rainbow. Habibi flops top pair. Bruce Lee whiffs, or Bruce Lit whiffs. Sorry, I play with a poker player named Bruce Lee. Bruce whiffs, and JD has a mystery hand, and it checks around. The turn is a 9, giving Habibi Sam trips. Not bad. And JD with the mystery hand is just going to bet $800 on this top card pairing turn. I get it. He thinks it's unlikely that Bruce is ever checking back a 9 and that Habibi Sam is going to check a 9. But he does, in fact, run into a 9 here, and Habibi Sam is going to fast play it, just raise to $2,000 with his trips, and JD folds so fast. I imagine he had nothing and was just detecting that he was possibly against some capped ranges here and could reasonably rep the 9, but unfortunately he did just run into someone who had the 9. And Habibi Sam, the smirk is back, which we love to see, and he gets to sit down in the stand-up game. You could tell he was getting tired because he was leaning against his chair for dear life. All right, so Habibi Sam is going to limp 10-9 suited. Bruce is going to raise huge. I like it from the cutoff, 1,200 with ace queen. Think players are really sticky in the stand-up game. I don't know how sticky they are versus him, but I guess we are about to find out because Rich Asian Bro calls with 6-5 off and JD calls with ace-4 suited. So getting max value pre-flop here. Mr. Bruce going 3 ways to a flop of ace, jack, 3, 2 hearts. Top pair for Bruce and JD, but of course ace, queen is good, and Bruce is going to just keep firing, makes it $2,000. Rich Asian Bro with some backdoors is just going to fold. And wow, JD folds as well, the top pair. Very nice fold there, but yeah, correctly detecting that his top pair is no good. Bruce raised huge to 1,200 pre-flop and then flopped an ace and kept barreling. And really good fold there by JD. And Bruce gets to sit down. JD already sitting. Luckbox, Seinfeld, CARLY left standing. In the second round of the stand-up game, CARLY lost the first and is hoping not to lose a second one in a row. JD is going to open really small, $200 with pocket kings. Dan is going to raise with pocket sevens, and cooler incoming. Rich Asian Bro has ace queen of clubs, and I imagine he's putting in the 4-bet too. 2,100. CARLY getting out of the way. Back to JD, who everything is going exactly according to plan. And he just goes all in, and Dan looks so frustrated. He was ready. He was ready to go all in versus Rich Asian Bro, but can't think his pocket sevens are good. And usually when someone reacts that upset, they're just going to fold. Dan's going to fold, and Rich Asian Bro has a decision to make here. He just doubled up Dan in a flip, ace king versus jacks. And Rich Asian Bro is going to call it off. and get the bad news that he is up against pocket kings. But of course, his ace is live and he has clubs going for him. JD has a king of clubs, but doesn't mean that 3 clubs still can't come out there. 60-40 flip here for $24,000. Club in the window, 9-10-3. Need an ace or to turn a club to stay hopeful. Turns a brick. It is the 4 of spades. Rich Asianbro needs an ace and only an ace. Can he bink it? He cannot, and he loses the second giant flip in a row. Loses ace king to jacks and now ace queen to pocket kings in that $24,000 pot. Going JD's way after he does a very tricky min raise to 200. Gets a 3-bet. And a 4-bet ahead of him before he jams and gets called by Rich Asian Bro. Well played from JD. He's going to take down this giant pot. I believe that's the 4th time someone has doubled up during the stand-up game. 2 this round, 2 the first round. Dan feeling some relief that he got away from that messy pot with pocket 7s. And huge double up for JD, who's been absolutely dominating this stand-up game. Won like 4 or 5 hands really early on. And then just had a really nice double up with pocket kings. Yeah, gotta let out that big sigh when you lose a big pot like that. But Rich Asian Bro looks pretty calm, and let's get a look at the chip counts here. Mark up top with $35,000, and Rich Asian Bro with just $3K. In front of him was up piles early, and unfortunately lost 2 big flips, and that can just be enough to really take you down. Got the VPIPs here, JD at 58%, Mark at 51%, most everyone else in the 30s, Bruce, Carly, and Seinfeld at the bottom in the mid-20s. Habibi Sam still up the most there, up 12K, Bruce up 10, JD up 9, Dan up 9, Luckbox up 1.5, everyone else down. CARLY, Rich Asian Bro, and Seinfeld all down piles, down more than $10,000 here at the 25-50-100 game, and Mark down about 5K. But we still got a lot of poker left, a lot of money to be won and lost for each of these players. The stand-up game continues to be on as CARLY, Seinfeld, and Luckbox battle to try and get rid of their knit button. Some massive pots in the last 10 minutes. No one's stack is safe tonight. Except maybe Bruce's, but we'll see. Anything can happen here. Seinfeld's gonna limp ace-9. Habibi Sam limping with ace-queen. Rich Asian Bro makes it 400 from the hijack, and CARLY calls with pocket 7s. JD gonna call with pocket 6s. Luckbox, I mean, he's in there with 5-7. He needs to get rid of his nip button. Why not? And now it's back to Seinfeld, who we all know loves to squeeze with the offsuit ace rag. Will he do it? Will he call? He does squeeze. He goes all in. And Habibi Sam once again with ace-queen after trying to play it passively, getting faced with huge action in front of him. He incorrectly folded ace-queen earlier in a kind of similar limp jam situation. Seinfeld had ace-6 off. Habibi Sam, again, he is going to fold, and Rich Asian Bro just was in 2 massive flips. He's going to let it go. CARLY only has 4K in front of her at the 25-50-100 game. Let's see if she wants to gamble with the pocket sevens. She does. She's in there. And Mark is tanking with 3-4. No. He folds. JD folds the pocket sixes. Luckbox, of course, is going to fold the 7-5. And it is heads up. Pocket sevens versus ace 9. Habibi Sam looking to see that. All right, he was against an underpair, but Seinfeld was indeed not nutted when he jammed for the 4th or 5th time tonight. He loves an ace blocker. He's just going to go with it. And CARLY, flip coming, double up coming, much needed from CARLY, who hasn't really gotten anything going. Really nice flop for sevens. She has the redraw to the clubs as well, removing one of Seinfeld's overs, 2 of his outs. The ace and the 9 of clubs would just give her the flush. Turn is a very safe deuce. Can she do it? Can she fade? 4 outs? She does. And she is going to fully double up with pocket sevens, winning this $1,100 pot. Look at the relief. She lost the last round of this end of game, and she's not going to lose this one. She fully doubles up off of Seinfeld, who jammed the ace-9 offsuit. Couldn't help himself. Bruce Lee drinking that beer that looks honestly very enticing. Sorry, I'm not being racist when I call him Bruce Lee. I just play with a player a lot whose name is Bruce Lee. But he is just Bruce, and I will stop doing that. Yep, and CARLY gets the very nice double up here off of Seinfeld. I believe Seinfeld has doubled up 3 people tonight. Great for the game. Driving a ton of action here, making pre-flop super interesting in the stand-up game, and of course, always has a smile on his face. And he does still need to find a way to get rid of his knit button. Seinfeld and Luckbox just chopping it up there as they remain standing here in the stand-up game. And I believe they are heads up. The last 2 left. Let's see, 2 players who like to get in there. Surprised that they are the final 2 left in the stand-up game. Bruce Lee limping in with the ace-7 of diamonds. And Mark with pocket 10s in the cutoff. Gonna bump up the price of poker, as they say. He makes it 500. Luckbox is in there with 7-5 of clubs from the big blind. He's trying to get rid of his button. And Seinfeld also needs to get rid of his knit button, but he is going to let go 7-8 offsuit. We're going 3 ways to a flop here. Of ace, king, queen, rainbow, Bruce flops best, but Luckbox will not be deterred. just going to lead out, maybe sensing that Bruce doesn't have a super strong hand when he just limp calls, and that Mark can be raising pretty wide range here. So he's just going to bet 300 into the field and get a call from Bruce and a very optimistic call from Mark there. After Bruce, who's a relatively tight player, calls and there's 3 overs, he's calling, trying to bink a jack. Luckbox needs to go runner perfect in order to get there, and that's not one of them. 4 of spades on the turn, and Luckbox cannot be stopped. He bets $1,000 into the field, and this is what happens in the stand-up game when you are heads up. If Bruce calls here, I wonder if Luckbox will continue, but Seinfeld and Luckbox are heads up in the stand-up game right now, and Luckbox is the only one in the hand who's left in the stand-up game. Seinfeld is out, but Bruce is going to call again. Let's see if Luckbox is going to check back the 7 high or if he is going to continue bluffing here. 4 on the river, pairing the board, and Luckbox doesn't think much about it before grabbing chips, but he doesn't fire them in the middle just yet. He's wondering if he can get Bruce to fold probably an ace. That's the only hand he's calling next to act on the flop and the turn multi-way, I would guess, if I were Luckbox.
I expect a give up here. And that's a give up.
Oh, I thought he was gonna fire. I thought he was gonna go for it, but
Aces and 4s, good.
maybe correctly assessing.
Hi, Liliana.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm excellent. King 10 of Hearts asked, what happened to the sound? What happened to the sound, Hank?
Well, we have some technical difficulties. Our engineers are working on it. And, we did a test run.
As you do.
As we do. Everything was working great. And unfortunately, the audio, as they say in the Twitch chat, borked. So now we can listen to the sound of our voices.
This is the sound of our voices and the sound of our breathing, and occasionally the sounds of things clinking in the background.
I try not to breathe into the mic.
Me too. I try not to breathe in general, but can be hard.
Until you win a pot, and then you have oxygen back. Oh, wow, I won a pot. Zach Seinfeld's feeling that now. He finally won a pot.
Yeah.
And he gave me a hug as I was walking to the commentary booth.
Wow. Okay. Spoiler alert, because he has not been winning pots.
Well,
Hank's living 15 minutes in the future because we are on a delay.
You don't know which pot it is.
Don't know which pot it is, but he has been jamming very optimistically, and they have not been going through.
So just expect Seinfeld to get a little oxygen back, just like Liliana and I. So Liliana's going to eat her
I'm going to go eat my galbi and drink some tea because I have been talking at a rate that even I am not used to.
The yap zone has been in full effect, and now it's time to relax, enjoy your break.
BRB, guys.
Thank you, Liliana, for holding it down here, especially when we're having audio issues. Our deepest apologies for that. Our systems just received some new chips. We're ironing out the kinks with all this new technology, and we really appreciate your patience as a viewer. But here, all those who don't like the sound of chips shuffling,
this is your day.
This is your
to
day.
Shine. Enjoy the silence, guys.
Yeah. But I just want to shout out Sly Booha, King 10 of Hearts in the YouTube chat. Thank you all for being so active and hanging out with us. We really appreciate it. And those in the Twitch chat, Rig Rentals, Humongous Afro, Senso to Win. Just really appreciate any support from you guys. Now, Seinfeld flopping open-ended with a backdoor straight flush draw. A BB Sam with a real flush draw. JD with ace high, but some heart. Thank you, Sly, for that fist bump. Fist bump you right back. Knuckle knocks. Good vibes. And that 6 completes the straight for Seinfeld. Does have a hammerlock on this hand, basically. JD taking a stab with ace high. Habibi Sam now with top pair and a flush draw. Hard to quit now. When you've just made your hand, starting to realize your equity here. He wants to hit a spade very badly. And he's going to think about this 1,500 bet from JD and the snap call from Seinfeld. There's the call. Seinfeld with the made hand. And the river is a brick. The 6 high straight is going to be good for Seinfeld. Let's see if JD wants to bluff even more here. Started bluffing on the turn. Checks to him. Yes, he bets 2,000 out, trying to steal the pot. It's not going to work. Seinfeld will snap. He will not raise. He is still beat by the good old 7-4. And Habibi Sam tanking here with just a pair of 6s. Not sure what to do. A lot of money in the middle. Hard to fold when you're getting such a good price. But then again, he just has a pair of 6s with a queen kicker. He bricked out his flush draw. Just trying to think about this pot. What is making sense here? What is not making sense? And this is the pot Seinfeld was talking about. Finally, a little justice for Seinfeld. Has been running bad all stream. All in with ace-9, all in with king-queen, and wasn't able to catch anything. But here...
All in with ace-6 offsuit.
Oh, also all in with ace-6 offsuit, says Liliana. And we see the results of that. It's hard to win pots with ace-6 offsuit. I think that's Liliana's least favorite hand.
It's in there.
It's in there, yeah. Definitely top 5 worst playable hands in Liliana's repertoire. And we're doing the stand-up game again right away. So let's get it done. Let's get these players standing up. And Luckbox is the loser of that stand-up game since Seinfeld won with the 10-4. Always nice to hit a straight with 10-4. The good buddy, the walkie-talkie. And let's get into the stand-up. It's always fun to see what kind of chip protectors, card protectors, I should say, the players bring. Rich Asian Bro has an interesting figure. Bruce has an interesting card protector as well. It looked like a sandal or a chancla or something. I don't know. 9-8 offsuit for JD. He's been mixing it up. Oh, and mix it up some more. 3-bet to 300. Luck box with the ace-9 off. in position on the button at the beginning of the stand-up game, and he rips it. Seinfeld snap folds the Jack 10 suited. That's an interesting fold. Just got some chips back. Does not want to gamble with that one. Wiping the sweat off from his brow. JD, considering a call with 9-8 offsuit, is dominated by Luckbox. Oh, and Luckbox gets it through. So that is the first person to sit down during the stand-up game. Six, 4 suited for JD. Hockey sticks for Carly. Got some real hands here. Queen 10 suited for Luckbox. You know Luckbox plays that like aces. He's trapping with the Queen 10 suited. Carly with a really beautiful squeeze spot, I would say, with sevens. But it's also very fun to just call the $700 raise with pocket sevens. So it's like you're manifesting a set through the bet sizing. Is that just me? No, she chooses to squeeze. She goes all in for 1,100. Great squeeze spot. JD folds. Luckbox folds. And that's $1,600 of dead money heading your way. Easy, easy, easy. Just a clear jam spot, squeeze spot. Love that play from Carly. She's been a bit card dead, but she's been gambling. I mean, she was all in with Queen Deuce of diamonds, and I think a lot of players view her as a good player, right? A tight player, someone who's playing to win, playing to value. But I've seen Carly play a lot of junk hands, mix it up a lot, gamble a lot. So I think that she likes to use her image to her advantage, as she should, and picks up a nice one there. Nice fast pot with pocket sevens. No resistance. It's always nice when there's a bunch of dead money. Luckbox. Pocket ducks. The deuces. The hand that I can never fold pre-flop. It's too fun to play. Oh man, here I go, breathing into the mic. BB Sam running very well today. Gonna open the action up again. Rich Asian bro with ace jack offsuit. It's a 0% folding frequency for him. Puts in a lot more money. You know, there's like two types of poker players. There's the poker players who fold ace jack and the players who don't fold ace jack, who go all the way. I think you learn a tough lesson with that hand. Ace jack offsuit, king queen offsuit, these strong but middling type hands can really get you in trouble because you're dominated by so many other playable hands. So queen high flop, 2 of spades. Both players whiff. Goes check from Rich Asian Bro. What will Habibi Sam do? He's going to look at his opponent. Try and get a read here. Look at his chain. Look at his middle part. Try and get some info. Extract some info. Now, both players with a flush draw. Habibi Sam with the nut flush draw. Ace of spades. Very live. But ace high with a jack kicker is going to be the best hand. And Rich Asian Bro has a Broadway draw. Could hit a 10 as well to secure this pot. But any spade, it's going to go to Habibi. Habibi! Big River coming up. JD with the Led Zeppelin shirt with Icarus on the shirt. Icarus flew too close to the sun. So did a lot of rock and rollers in the 1970s. Led Zeppelin, though, pretty good band. Drop your favorite Led Zeppelin song in the chat. I want to see your music taste. I think I'd have to go... I really like the Rain song. The Ocean, that's a jam. Very good jam. And there's the call from Habibi. Really took his time there after getting the nut flush draw. Still good to weigh your options. You only have ace high. But he wants to gamble. Will he hit a spade? No, that is Broadway for Rich Asian Bro. 10, jack, queen, king, ace. Nothing better. There are 3 spades on the board. But it's hard to put your opponent on a flush with the way this hand has been played, with the way the action has been, and Rich Asian Bro wants it all. Stuffs it all in. Habibi Sam will fold. He only has ace high, and that is a runner Broadway straight. Must be nice to be Rich Asian Bro. Nice pot there. And you know in his head he was thinking, if I just hit a 10 here, I can feel confident in this hand. Then the 10 peels off. Beautiful card for Rab there. Nice hand, Brian. Scoop up those chips. Let's take a look at the chip counts. Mark leading the pack. Bruce with 22,000 in front of him. Luckbox, bit of a nub stack. Sure he will add on. JD playing 59% of hands. Mark very active as well. Bruce, our big winner, up just about 13,000. Dan got that double up with pocket jacks versus ace king suited. Won the flip. Now let's get back into it. JD with 7-4 offsuit. This will be in the muck soon, I'm sure. It looks like he called. No, he raised to 200, so he did a little blind raise. So there's the blind raise to 200, 7-4 offsuit. Bruce deciding what to do with the ace rag. And he decides to 3-bet to 1,300. Representing a big one here, but he has ace high, dusty hand. He could flop 2-pair, you never know. Mark not wanting to gamble with the 8-6 of spades. I know that's a tough fold for him. And Bruce scoops it.
Yeah, Bruce, when the stand-up game is on, he really gets in there in a way
Right.
that I would not expect him to play based on how he plays when it's off, but he does not want to pay that penalty.
Yeah. The second the stand-up game goes on, Bruce comes alive. He starts bluffing. He starts doing anything to sit down. Nobody wants to pay that stand-up tax. It's a percentage of your stack going to every other player. So you really have to get creative sometimes to win back your seat.
Yeah, especially nine-handed. It's a lot of people to pay.
Oh my God, yeah.
So right now we have JD, Mark, Seinfeld, and Habibi Sam, and Dan all still fighting to sit down in the stand-up game. Pocket eights going around. He's just gonna fold.
He's
That's
like,
what I'm saying.
what is going on?
He is just there to not pay the nit tax, and then when he doesn't have to pay it, he'll fold pocket eights.
I mean, he's
to
looking
one
like
raise.
a genius right now. I mean, he's up against King Queen, pocket tens.
Yeah, I guess.
Will the poker gods punish Bruce for folding 8-8? Or will we even get to a flop? Oh, yes, we will. Habibi Sam in the hijack going to call that $2,000 bet from Rich Asian Bro.
Bruce knew he couldn't stand the heat. Just got out before it got too bad. 9-5-3, 2 clubs on the flop. Pocket tens, still good. Rich Asian Bro won a huge pot with pocket tens earlier against Habibi Sam, actually, when Habibi Sam checked back the turn, and then River went, or Rich Asian Bro bet the river, and Habibi Sam made the fold. So maybe pocket tens will be good to him again.
This is a nice flop for pocket tens.
Doesn't get much better than this.
Yeah, you flop an overpair. You have a club on the 2-club board. Unless your opponent called you with pocket nines, fives, or threes, you usually have the best hand here and takes it down. That's why King Queen can be dangerous. You know, if he decided to lose his mind, like a lot of these players do for the stand-up game, just go all in pre-flop,
Yeah,
he would not hit a king or queen there.
he's losing a big one there for sure.
Yeah. I think some of the biggest pots in my life I've lost with King Queen.
I believe that.
Yeah.
I believe that.
Yeah.
It's a good hand to lose money with. That's how I feel with Ace Queen. Lost a lot of pots.
Yeah.
Hard to fold it pre to a jam, and then they just have Ace King. And you're like, well,
And you're
all
like,
right.
oh, okay. Well.
I lose. Gotcha.
Yeah. All right. Next. On to the next. 10 Dewey in the muck. Bunch of garbage hands here, but Mark has the hooks. I like the way Mark bets.
I like the way Mark plays poker. He's so fun to watch.
He's so fun to watch.
One of my fave Bally's regs.
Yeah, so fun to play with. Mark was texting me all week. Let's have a bigger game. Let's have a bigger game. Let's go. I'm like, I got you, Mark.
I like it. And it's 9-handed. We got a full lineup today.
And we got the 100. The 100 has been on the entire game.
200 on a good amount too.
Yeah.
And now Dan heads up, or him, Mark, and JD all need to sit down. And he has Ace 10 off.
Weird
Facing
spot
a huge
for Dan.
open
Yeah.
from Mark. Just going to let it go.
Let's it go.
Mark sits down.
What's your opinion on Ace 10?
Ace 10 off? Disgusting. One of the worst.
Disgusting.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Grotesque.
I like Ace Jack offsuit though, unfortunately. But
Okay.
Ace 10,
That's
Ace
fine.
10-0.
Ace 10, you can really get stacked.
Yeah, you really, in a crazy way.
Okay, you flop top pair on Ace, Ace 8-3,
Yeah.
right? You flop top pair.
You just die.
And
You just die in those spots.
your opponent bets every street, and you're just calling with an ace.
Yep.
They show you
Ace Queen.
the Ace Queen, the Ace King, the Ace better kicker. or you're chopping with ace 10. At best, you're chopping with
Yeah,
another
you're
ace
never,
10
You're never winning.
with a person who's playing ace 10 far better than you are. Sailboats for Mark.
I learned today that they're pirate aces.
Pirate aces from Sly. Boo-ha.
Yeah. Oh, you're there. You're in the chat.
I memorized the name. Pirate aces. Why is that?
Because it's like pirates have one leg.
Oh, that's funny. Because ace 4 is like the almost aces.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're missing a leg. Okay, that's cute. Cute. Top pair for Dan.
Mark folds the fours face up, lets him know.
I
could have flopped a set, but I didn't.
I could have had a set. I could have had the nuts.
You're lucky that 7 wasn't
You're
a 4,
so
Mr.
lucky.
Dan. I love folding face up. This is so fun.
Yeah. It's fun to fold when you could just check, but just open folding.
I love when people do that to me. I'm like, okay, I'll take it.
Oh, great.
Like classic single raise
One
pot.
less thing to
the
worry
blind
about.
just folds and you're in the position. You're like, okay.
Well, if I'm floating with like 10-3 off,
and you whiff, you're just like,
and
well,
whiff,
I
I'm
lose.
like, okay, I'm just gonna mentally move on. What is that?
Rig rental
that
set.
emote?
A little cute emoji.
Is that a fireplace?
Oh, I thought it was a little person who's.
Oh, is that a little person with a little
I thought it's the
mustache?
person going like this with the little heart fire in their eyes.
Oh, that's cute. Thanks, Rig Rentals. Oh, we have queens versus nines here. CARLY.
Hi, CARLY.
Hi, CARLY. Great show.
Great show, and
Great show, and hopefully CARLY flops a set here. Seinfeld with pocket sixes. Dan just calling with queens in the weeds.
get out of here, Dan.
Trapping. Seinfeld taking the bait. 1400
wow.
in the middle. CARLY with a monster. Pocket nines.
I would not be surprised if CARLY astutely jams, not knowing, of course, that Dan just set the trap.
This would be a big jam. I think she'll make it, maybe 35. 38. 30. 35. Am I good or am I good? I said 35 first.
You did. And now,
Thanks.
Dan, what is he going to do?
Dan now.
It's like you set the trap, you got
Slow
everything you
playing.
could possibly want.
Yeah. What now, Dan the man? That's a lot of Calvin Klein sweatshirts in the middle.
So
Yes.
basically, sorry, I missed the action. He goes all in. There was limped around to the small blind, Dan, and he just completes knowing that Seinfeld in the third blind is just gonna.
Oh, and Seinfeld just lets the sixes
Yeah,
go.
he
Just frustration.
Damn. Limp
This is-
jammed on
yeah.
from a limp 4-bet jammed. That's so strong.
Man, tough decision here.
Yeah, she committed so much of her stack too.
Dan has the goods. Does CARLY want to risk it all with this pocket pair? So much money in the middle.
Yeah, even if she's flipping, it's so tempting to call
35
35 out
hundred of her own.
Yeah. Gross spot.
But nines hit sets all the time, so
9s and 10s are set magnets.
yeah.
Yeah, she doubled up not too long ago too, and about to put it all at risk.
Great close up of those snake earrings.
Great
Iconic.
earrings. And she
great
makes
fold.
the great fold.
Got away. Not fully unscathed, but
Yeah.
you get to keep your stack. You still
Flesh
get to
wound
play.
for sure.
Flesh wound for sure. Nice move from Dan there. Set the trap. Gets
Yeah.
a little bit of the goodies, but not the full bag.
Ideal trapping with queens spot for Dan. He really knew Seinfeld was just going to get out of line late in the stand-up game, and he was last to act against a bunch of limpers, and was totally right. It was a good, very strategic pre-flop move.
Man, it would have been interesting to see that run out, though.
I know.
There was a 6 or a 9 on the board.
Had to dodge some cards for sure, but
Yeah.
he's good. So now it's JD Seinfeld and Habibi Sam still standing, or he's just standing up right now? I guess he's still standing.
Oh, Habibi.
He's been away from the table for a minute. He's not pressed. He's not pressed about the stand-up game. He just took like a 2-hand break, but I respect it. 4 ways to a flop of 4, 3, 10, 2 clubs. Queen high good on this flop.
Let's go, Queen High.
Let's see if Queen high can get the showdown, or if one of these
Some
men are trying to
backdoor.
steal it with their backdoors. Yeah.
Yeah, gut shot for Seinfeld. Backdoor straight draws for Sam and JD.
One thing about JD is he's gonna go for it. I really like it.
Really fascinating to watch JD play, huh? I mean,
Yeah.
like he plays his nutted hands and his garbage hands kind of the same way.
Very
So
aggressively.
he's very aggressive, very balanced,
Yeah.
disciplined.
Yeah. He makes
Dangerous.
really good folds. Like he folded top pair on the flop versus Bruce,
Yeah.
which I thought was a really nice fold when Bruce like raises huge and continues on the flop into 2 people.
Yeah. Now, JD, this is a man who loves poker, enjoys poker, and understands the beast that poker can be. Plays it at the top, highest level. We're happy to see him back at the Live at the Commerce stage.
Is he playing around LA?
I think he's
all
back
over.
in. I think he's back in town for the holidays. I
Got
think
it.
he was in Vegas for his Noddy's Italian burrito company in Sacramento and Lake Tahoe.
Okay, check it out.
So, let's check it out. Ace King suited for Habibi.
Ace King of Spades, the prettiest version.
Pretty much.
And it's going to be likely just a raise and take against these specific hands. Maybe Rich Asian Bro thinks that Baby Sam is getting out of line when he's heads up in the stand-up game, but even 7-3 off is not really good enough to defend.
Gamble, come on, Rab. This is what we're made for. You're
No,
so live against it. No.
He lets it go.
The almost crab, 7-3. Almost octo crab, but not quite.
Not quite. It wishes.
It wishes. Hey, Liliana, I saw the new Knives Out movie.
Oh, me too.
It was pretty fun.
I liked it.
I liked it too.
It's very fun. Josh O'Connor is such a cutie.
He
Plays a
is-
priest very well.
As they say, a snack. Yeah, he's a handsome fella, very talented actor.
Yeah.
So real, so organic.
Yeah.
And he is now starring in the new Steven Spielberg film,
Oh,
Disclosure Day with Emily Blunt. So that's coming out this summer.
okay.
Kind of like, Spielberg returning to his alien roots.
I'm ready.
It's going to be interesting. But yeah,
I'm good.
Josh O'Connor was great. Of course, Daniel Craig, very talented. I love the balance between, truth and religion and belief. Belief in the truth or belief in a higher power.
Yeah.
Just the balance of that was really, really fun to watch.
It was my favorite of the Knives Out movies, I think.
I think so. I think mine too.
It goes 3, 1, 2. It's my order.
2's still entertaining, but it's
Totally.
kind
None of them are
all over the
bad,
place.
but yeah.
Yeah.
This one definitely had the most interesting thing to say, I think.
Now, Knives Out 4 is just going to be like 10 Edward Nortons.
I'd be down. I'd watch that. I would watch that. Also, I think best dressed today is maybe Mark. I really think that he just walked out of frame, but I think the blue is very flattering on him.
Yes. Mark has been looking good. I think he lost a few pounds. Congratulations to Mark. 6-4 of diamonds versus Ace King of diamonds. I know what hand I would like.
King 10 Queen Rainbow on the flop. Not so bad if you have Ace King here. JD with the 2% equity. Flop's going to go check, check. Turn is an 8, giving Ace King the check mark here. Top pair, top kicker. Luck box checked back the flop, trying to get tricky. Bets the turn, but unfortunately, JD does not have any way to defend with the 6 high, and he just lets it go.
Nice hand, luck box. I have to head out. I'm needed elsewhere. Thank you so much, Liliana, for holding it down today.
Of course.
Thanks, everyone, for joining us. Much love to everybody. Happy holidays. See you soon.
Thanks so much, Hank, for livening things up as usual. See you later. All right, guys, it's just back to me and silence and maybe some light breathing from me. Apologies in advance. We are heads up in the stand-up game with Blue Sweater Mark and Seinfeld. It looks like we have the 200 blind raise on. Dan's going to open King Jack offsuit from +2. It's going to fold around to Bruce with Ace Queen off, who's just going to call, not going to put in the raise. And Mark, let's go 7-3. We are going heads up to a flop in a single raise pot here. 25, 50, 100, 200. Dan min raises to 400 pre-flop. Bruce Lee just flats ace queen, and the flop comes ace 6 deuce 2 clubs. Bruce is going to check it on to the pre-flop raiser Dan, who's going to stab at it. And of course, Bruce has top pair. Second kicker, he's not going anywhere. Turn is an 8, giving Bruce the check mark. There's no way for Dan to win this hand. He's just going to check back the turn wisely. The river is a 6. Let's see if Bruce just donks his value. And he does. He bets $1,000, making a pretty easy fold for Dan. Maybe he's thinking about bluff raising, but, you know, Bruce just has an ace and only an ace very often here. Let's see if Dan maybe thinks that king high is good and wants to bluff catch Bruce's $1,000 donk bet on the river. But maybe he's thinking of something more devious. Fold. I wouldn't be surprised to see him fold, call, or raise. He does end up just making the fold here. Seinfeld and Mark still battling it out in the stand-up game. Seinfeld chugging that Red Bull, luck box, sipping a beer. As we head into hand 72 of the night. And JD is going to raise Jack 10-0 to 300 from under the gun. Habibi Sam picks up Hank's favorite, Ace 10 offsuit, and he's going to make the call. Going to fold to Rich Asian Bro, who picks up Ace King in the small blind. Facing an under the gun raise from JD, who opens pretty wide, and a flat from Habibi Sam. We're going to be seeing the squeeze here. The question is, how big does he want to go? The stand-up game is not off, so... Oh, wow. Holy cooler. Look at the way Mark just blinked 3 times in shock at the action. There's a raise and a 3-bet ahead of him, and he has pocket aces in the third blind versus Ace King off, Jack 10 and Ace 10. He is going to make the 4-bet here. JD going to quickly fold Jack 10 off. Habibi Sam going to be out of there, and back to Rich Asian Bro. They are mega deep here. $17,000 behind for Rich Asian Bro, but a cold 4-bet from the last to act. third blind. Very, very strong. Does he want to put in a 5-bet? They're super deep here. Does he want to call and evaluate? Mark's range is extremely tight. I can't imagine he's doing it with much more besides aces, kings, maybe queens. Maybe the same hand, ace, king. But, like, how does Mark play jacks in this spot? Rich Asian Bro was in a similar spot, facing a 3-bet from the third blind, and he just flatted with 10s. Imagine, and he plays, I would say, more aggressively than Mark does. So his 4-bet, cold 4-bet range is even tighter. But of course, Rich Asian Bro has ace-king. I can't imagine he's folding pre-flop, but how much more money does he want to put into this pot before he believes that Mark has the goods? He's going to make the call, so we're going to see a flop, and Mark is just eyeing his chip stack, wondering if he's about to make $15,000 more dollars. Flop is very safe. 6-7 jack rainbow. Luckily, no king for Rich Asian Bro. With the 2% here, he's going to have to go runner, runner, perfect for Broadway or 2 kings. And just going to check over to Mark. $9,000 in the middle, $15,000 back. He doesn't have to work that hard to get all the money in. Wouldn't be surprised to see Mark check back, but he does not. He just goes all in and lets Rich Asian Bro off the hook. I guess he just wants to stack kings and queens right now. And wasn't necessarily considering ace-king, or just wants to let his friend off the hook. They do the fist pump. I think that's a good board to just check back there in a 4-bet pot or bet super, super teeny tiny, trying to get ace-king just to tilt call once. But instead, he just goes all in, and Rich Asian Bro saves some money. So let's look at the chip count here. Mark up top with $38,000, absolutely dominating the field. Luckbox at the bottom with 4.7. Everyone else somewhere in the middle. Bruce sitting on a pretty big stack. Dan as well. JD, Rich Asian Bro, Habibi Sam in the 10K zone. Seinfeld and Carly each around 9K. JD absolutely getting in there. 59% VPIP. Mark at 50. Luckbox at 43. Most everyone else in the 30s. Seinfeld, Carly, and Bruce in the mid-20s. Bruce is the big winner tonight so far, up 14,000. Dan up 13. Habibi Sam up 4. And JD up 3. Everyone else is in the red. Rich Asian Bro and Seinfeld, the big losers right now, down 10 and 15K respectively. But it's only 5:15 Pacific Standard Time here in Los Angeles. We still got some more hands to come, a couple more orbits to go, potentially another stand-up game to see if there is going to be a big difference in chip distribution. Could you tell that I did not know how that sentence was going to end as I was saying it? Because I really felt it. But anyway, we are going to continue playing some poker here at the $25, $50, $100 game at Commerce Casino. If you are just joining in, the sound of silence is not just you. You're not imagining it. We have no sound from the table today. The audio is a bit messed up, so it is just me, your commentator, Liliana, aka Flop Era Poker on Instagram and YouTube, here telling you all about the action, trying to lip read what the players, just me talking. Anyway, we're going 3 ways to a flop. King, Jack, 4, 2 spades, top pair for Seinfeld, bottom pair for Mark, ace high for JD. Gonna check around to Seinfeld, who is going to bet his top pair as the pre-flop raiser, and just going to get a fold and a fold. Just kidding. A call from ace high. JD does love to bluff catch with an ace high, and I respect it because he's been right in some big pots before. He's going to quickly check, and Seinfeld is going to check back his top pair. Maybe going to try and induce a bluff from JD, who maybe doesn't think his ace high is good, but JD is going to check. And now let's see if Seinfeld goes for some value, and if he gets called by the ace high. And he's going to make it, looks like 1,200. And JD has been calling it off with ace high. He's been right about half the time, but not this time. He's just going to let it go. Seinfeld's going to win with his weak top pair here.
Finally, good to see Seinfeld drag a pot in. He's been getting beat up pretty bad today.
Yeah, absolutely. Hank said he walked by earlier and Seinfeld just won a hand and gave him a hug of joy. Finally won a pot.
Right. Right. Thank you all for staying with us. We apologize for these audio difficulties. Our production team is working hard. Our engineering team is working hard to fix it. We should be good to go by tomorrow. 2550 PLO tomorrow. I am very excited. It's been a long time in the works. So if you like high stakes and you like 4 cards, come join us. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Wait, I'll be there in the chat. I've been into PLO lately. I'm very curious to see how it goes.
Yeah, totally. You've been into PLO lately, huh?
Yeah, I have. It's fun. I get it. 4 cards, more fun. All the things they say. They're right.
Right.
All right, Seinfeld limps 7 deuce suited. CARLY gonna raise queen jack of hearts. Mark gonna call from the small blind with pocket 5s. And Seinfeld's gonna let go 7 deuce.
He's such a nit, that guy. Such a nit.
I like his hat though.
He looks very home improvement. Like
That's hilarious. Like Bob the Builder vibes.
Bob the Builder vibes, absolutely.
King 10, 7 rainbow.
Ooh, open-ended for CARLY.
Pocket 5's good for now.
Yeah, let's see. See if Mark can hold on 3 overs, but let's see. CARLY bet 400. Mark's going to call.
You know him.
I do.
He's like, if you have a better hand, you'll tell me on the turn.
8.
5's still good, but will they get to showdown?
I'd like to see another bet here.
I think so too. Especially how wide Mark floats on the flop, but
Yeah.
she's just going to check back, and Mark feels like he's going to win this pot.
Yeah, once she checks back the turn, it's hard for her to follow through on the river. She's just hoping to get there. Ooh! And he bets, and she's just going to fold. Wow.
Yeah. Bet with the best hand with the 6 on the river.
Yeah, but that bet was on the turn, right?
No, it was on the river because
Oh.
it went check, check, and then the turn was the 6, and then because CARLY was on the button.
Got it.
Yeah. Graphics were like 10 seconds delayed.
Got it.
Looks like they're playing another round of the stand-up game.
Another round of the stand-up game.
This will be the 3rd round. The first round, CARLY lost after a long heads-up battle with Dan. The second round, Luckbox lost after a long heads-up battle with Seinfeld. And now, round 3.
Round 3.
So we get this is Bruce Lee. Sorry, I play with a poker player named Bruce Lee, so I keep accidentally calling Bruce that. Bruce gets crazy in the stand-up game. He has an offsuit ace, and it's late in the stand-up game. He'll go crazy with it. But once it's off, he's back to folding pocket 8s.
You folded pocket 8s for you earlier?
Yeah.
Wow.
To 1 bet.
To
To one raise.
You know, when sometimes you just got to go with your gut.
Yeah, he knew. I mean, there was pocket 10s and ace king behind him. He just sensed it.
You can just energy read.
All right, Mark's about to go crazy with the queen 9 suited. Makes it 300.
On the button.
JD 3 betting to 1,200 with a 6 of clubs. I imagine Mark's going to defend here from position. From the button in position.
There you go. I like
That's
queen
how
9.
you speak English. Me too. I really like it. It's just so pretty. Flops coming. King 10 6 2 hearts. Bottom pair for JD.
Gutter and a backdoor. Oh, that's a call. I'm raising.
JD leads
It's a pretty
out.
big bet, though. 800 to lead for 800.
Mark's like, let's see what happens on the turn. Board pairing 10 on the turn. JD kind of slowed down. Let's see what Mark wants to do. Checks it back, and the 10 on the river, making a pair of sixes, now a full house.
Never folding.
Goes check, check.
Mark looks very upset.
His chance to win the pot was on the turn, or maybe raising on the flop.
What
like
do you
you
think
said.
about betting the turn there?
I think it's interesting. I think when like someone donks into you and then checks the turn, it's so weak that I would be attacking it.
Super weak.
Expecting JD to maybe call the turn and kind of needing to go for it again on the river, but then on the 3-10s,
You don't like that?
really not trying to get like a weak pocket pair to fold a boat. So kind of ends up working out for Mark, but I would have played it maybe slightly more aggressively.
Yeah.
But turn kind of kills his chances of any of his backdoors realizing.
For sure. I think that it was like less. I thought that the 800 was
I think it was like 24 because it was 3-bet to 1200.
yeah. So 800 is not that big a size. I like
Yeah.
a raise there, maybe like 25% of the time,
Yeah. You got the percentages down.
a quarter of the time. I mean, I say that, but
So JD gets to sit down. First hand of the stand-up game. Dan with pocket jacks. The hand that doubled him up versus Rich Asian Bro in a giant 12K pot earlier, I believe.
oh, nice. You know, the thing is like I was so excited as this game came together. Just this particular group of people, like
Yeah.
I was really excited. I haven't seen JD in a long time.
Yeah.
CARLY coming in from Vegas by way of Colorado to play with us. I was really excited. Mark's been gone for a while.
Yeah.
And then I haven't had a chance to really do anything other than try to fix things.
Fix
today,
the audio. Now,
you know?
now that we've accepted defeat,
Yeah.
you can enjoy the fact that this
Yeah.
is a super fun game.
It's been good action, I imagine.
It's been really good action. JD's in there, Mark's in there, Rich Asian Bro's always in there.
For sure.
Luckbox and stuff. Honestly, everyone is in there. Even occasionally Bruce during the stand-up game. So
Excellent. Yeah. Sam did quite well before. I knew he was going to be leaving a little bit early. Really nice guy. Just met him last week. Glad to have him on. He might be joining us potentially for some PLO tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That'll be fun. Top pair for JD, over pair for Dan. JD might be getting into some trouble here.
Just call there. Good. Yeah. Open-ended straight draw plus the overpair.
Damn.
And he gets there. Let's
And
see if JD continues.
Yeah, 4-liner probably doesn't feel so good about his top pair anymore. Don't know if he would bet if Dan checks to him.
Dan's definitely going to bet this.
Yeah, looks like he makes it, 45.
Half pot bet. Huh. Is that a call? Or it looks like. What is he thinking?
He looks like he's frustrated by that run out. But
Yeah.
luckily, honestly, that run out kind of saved him a little bit.
Yeah. Nice fold,
The
JD.
overpair, yeah.
Good fold.
Where does he normally play?
He is, I believe, out of Northern California area.
gotcha.
He was a lawyer, and he's built a bunch of various businesses and stuff.
Like a burrito shop in Sacramento?
Yeah,
That's what I
Italian
think.
burrito shop.
Cool.
What is it? Flowers.com. I think he is a part of. Like, there was this guy. He's been playing on Live at the Bike for years. I knew him back when I was just a PA running coffee for the crew, and he always super cool. And
Oh, that's so sweet. So you've known him for many years.
yeah, and always very kind. He has a hot sauce. He built a hot sauce company, and I don't know if he still has that, but it was really good hot sauce.
Okay. What was special about it?
Habo. So the story goes is that him and his son were down in like Cabo or Mexico somewhere, and they found this one little like spot with this amazing hot sauce, and they were like so all about it. It was just like a tiny, little spot, family-made hot sauce, and they talked to the people, and then they like figured they decided they were inspired, right, by this hot sauce,
Yeah.
and so they just went for it.
That's cool.
Yeah, I think I still have a bottle somewhere. Luckbox. Not a lot. I haven't seen a lot of action from Luckbox today. Am I missing it?
You're missing it. He's in there.
Okay,
Not
cool.
not so much as the aggressor, but he'll peel. He'll peel some silly hands. Trying to get lucky, as his name suggests.
Right.
Jack 9-3, 2 hearts. Open-ended for Mark. Not really much for anything else. Gonna check around. Board pairing 9 on the turn. Giving JD a flush draw.
JD's never folded a flush draw. He's going to have to bet big, big, big.
JD makes it 500. Trajan Bro out of there. And Mark, open-ended. Can't imagine he's folding just yet. Makes the call.
Not for 500. And he gets there.
A lot of getting there lately. And 8 of spades on the river. Sneaky checks it back. And JD not going to bluff with the missed flush draw. And Mark sits down and makes $1,300 in the process. Kind of surprised to not see JD bluff, but maybe he just had a sense.
Energy read.
Yeah. I like it. Got to know when to give up sometimes. All right, so Luckbox, Seinfeld, Bruce, Rich Asian Bro, and Carly. 5 people left battling in the stand-up game. Mark, JD, and Dan. Sitting, chilling. Don't have to worry about paying out the penalty.
I feel like Carly and Seinfeld have been sitting a lot this session. Or standing a lot this session.
Yeah, they really have. Mark and JD have been sitting really early.
Ace 4 in the hijack for JD. Why not? Let's go. Let's see what Dan does with some suited gappers in the cutoff. He's raising.
And this is the pot Seinfeld was talking about. Oh. Finally, a little. Where is that coming from?
Seinfeld gonna fold. Fold around to Rich Asian Bro.
Now that is a premium.
Queen Jack of clubs. He just makes the call. Mark want to gamble? No, he's gonna let it go. And JD, he's in there.
JD does not like to fold.
And he does have the best hand going into the flop. Queen, queen, 8, 2 diamonds on the flop. Not bad for Rich Asian Bro, who's just going to check it over.
Backdoor straight draw.
And Dan is going to bet 700.
Oh, 9.
Get called by Rich Asian Bro. 9 of hearts on the turn. Rich Asian Bro is going to check it on over again.
Show me a 6 on the river. No.
No, just a boat for Rich Asian Bro.
Just a
And
boat.
7 high for Dan.
Now, Dan might bluff with 7 high.
You might, but I don't know if Rich Asian Bro is going to be able to check this hand. Some hands to get value from, like a 10.
Another queen.
Yeah.
What kind of sizing do you like here?
I would probably be just going small. When Dan checks back the turn, don't think he ever has a super strong hand. But, or I guess Dan bet the turn, I just remembered. Honestly, I feel like if Rich Asian Bro just checks here, he can get a lot of value.
For sure.
But no, he pots it and does not work.
He looks frustrated.
Apple 22 says you have a 70s radio voice.
Ah, thank you so much. I wish I knew more about the 70s. That was a disco time, right?
Wasn't it the 80s?
No, disco was 70s. The 80s was like hair rock, like Motley Crue, and I was alive in the 80s. I wasn't alive in the 70s.
Doesn't mean that disco wasn't in the 80s. But
No.
yeah, I believe you more than I believe me.
I think.
I just think of like Donna Summer as so 80s, but I could be wrong.
Is Donna Summer's 80s?
80s hair.
Oh, okay.
I don't know enough about American music history.
I'm good with like different types of music. But like, let's see, Average White Man, I think, came out of the 70s. The Bee Gees were in the 70s. Who else? Like, Blondie was the 80s. Back to poker. Seinfeld picking up pocket tens on the button.
And he has $10,100 in his stack. It's a very...
Let's go. Bumping it up to 400. Rich Asian Bro with Jack 3 off. CARLY picking up pocket queens. Oh.
Chef is so hyped for CARLY right now. She needs it. She needs it. The stand-up game is on. They both need a button. And CARLY gonna, of course, raise. What size is she gonna pick from the third blind? Closing the action here. She makes it 1,600.
He's gonna jam. He's gonna jam.
Yeah, CARLY's not super deep right now. Only has about $6,500 behind. And
There it is.
as he reached for his chips, CARLY reached for hers,
And
ready to
snap
call. And we're running it one time here at Commerce.
Max Payne.
CARLY's just got a hold. Both his suits are blocked.
It couldn't get much worse.
Couldn't get much worse. Needs a 10
Or some
or
kind
a
of
weird straight. Yeah.
Yep.
CARLY almost doesn't want to set here.
Yeah.
That's not going to do it.
6 for maybe a chop.
Hard for Seinfeld to win this hand.
3, 4, 5. We just need a 6 for a chop. They chopped earlier.
Yeah, they did. She came out from way behind and was able to chop.
Uh-huh.
Seinfeld needs a 10. Oh my god, that's so tilting.
That is so sick.
Oh man.
That is so sick.
She's laughing about it. I respect it. I'd be pissed.
Wow.
Yeah, that is rough.
Oh, they each make $50 and $75 respectively.
CARLY has a big smile on her face.
I mean, she's made a little bit of a comeback, right?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, but you can't help but count that.
That was brutal.
Friendly Gamer says, online ass hand. LOL. True.
Seriously.
That's unfortunate run out. Second time that we've seen a chop here in an all-in pre-flop hand with CARLY. Second time. But she was able to chop with 7-8 suited versus Ace-6. So she came from behind, and this time she paid the price.
Did she jam on the flop or something? What happened in that hand?
She called an all-in.
She turned a flush draw or something,
jam.
right? Oh.
No, Seinfeld jammed pre-flop, and she called it off with 7-8 of clubs, I think.
Diamonds.
Diamonds.
Wow.
Hoping to get lucky, and lucky she did. Unlucky there, though, for sure. And neither of them get to sit down. They both continue standing, trying to win a pot outright so that they're able to sit down. Luckbox, Bruce, Seinfeld, CARLY, battling it out. Bruce looking tired over there, just absolutely leaning over that chair.
Dan, pocket aces.
Not bad.
They're okay. Do you have a crazy aces story?
My biggest pot I ever lost was with aces. Unfortunately, I just couldn't fold them. 14K pot at 5-5.
That's insane.
So brutal. Multi-way.
I mean, the fact that you played a $14,000 5-5 pot.
Yeah.
That's
LA's crazy.
I've been playing in LA for a long time, and I've never played a $14,000 5-5 pot.
Yeah, you're so lucky. I wish I hadn't.
I've lost bigger pots than that, but not
Not a
5-5.
5-5. Yeah, that's what's crazy. I'm like, oh, I put in a lot of big blinds in that pot. It was 3 ways to the river though, so makes sense. And it looks like.
Okay.
Are they all in?
Dan 4-bet. And Luckbox is thinking about calling. No, he just folded.
He
up to
folded
the
face up. All right. And Dan gets to sit down in the stand-up game. Yeah, he opened Luckbox 3-bet next to act, and then Dan 4-bet. Luckbox just let go of the pocket eights.
No.
Oh, they're all in? Okay, they're all in.
We were misreading the screen. Here we go. Do you feel like aces are going to hold?
Yeah.
I feel like aces are going to hold. One card to come. Can Luckbox be the Luckbox?
Not quite. And $18,000 flip going Dan's way with pocket aces.
It's a lot of money to put in with pocket eights.
Thought he was going to get lucky, and stand-up game is on. Maybe thinks Dan is getting out of line.
Yep.
Kind of get it, but unfortunately he did get stacked and pulling out the brick of cash. Never feels to be doing that this late into a session. All right. It's rebuy time.
I mean, there's a good chance that these guys will play after stream, for sure. Let's see. Da-da-da.
Getting stacked and then still standing and potentially needing to pay out the stand-up tax. So pain. So pain.
Yeah.
Counting out the hundreds. No chips left.
I've never like gotten stacked and then had to pay out the stand-up game. Like,
Oh,
while
I have. It hurts.
I think I saw that on stream once.
Happens to the best of us. It'll happen to you one day.
Yeah, maybe.
Are you playing a lot of stand-up game?
No, I just started playing again after a long break.
Got you.
Really, like, yeah, just kind of figuring out if it's like, because I play for profit, you know, and like really just trying to figure out if that is the best way to spend my time these days.
Totally. You're not playing for fun. You're playing to win.
Yeah. I mean, it is fun, and I do miss the crew. There's a really strong poker community here in Los Angeles.
For sure.
I've been very present to that for some, like, almost a decade at this point. Jesus, I'm old. CARLY in there with 10-3. Rich Asian Bro not folding a pair, for sure.
CARLY turns open-ended.
Yay. It's kind of a gutter, though, right? Oh, I suppose an ace would make her a straight. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah. But Rich Asian Bro has a gutter.
Rich Asian Bro has a pair and a gutter. CARLY bet. Rich Asian Bro's not going anywhere. Make 2 pair.
Wishing harm upon Rich Asian Bro.
He's the man.
Flop checked around.
He might raise. Just a call. He's been getting beat up today too, huh?
Yeah, yes. He lost 2 giant flips.
Yeah. You gotta win your flips.
2 is gonna give Rich Asian Bro the check mark. Let's see if CARLY wants to keep bluffing
She's
at it
gonna
with 10
fire.
high.
How? You have to fire. Nice cut. Beautiful. That looks to be about 1,500.
Yeah, she can incredibly have a king here, checking first act
100%.
multi-way, then bleeding out on the turn and continuing on the river.
I don't know if Brian's gonna fold, or Rich Azenbro's gonna fold this.
I think he might get sticky here. He's stuck. CARLY is still standing and needs to win this pot in order to sit down. Potentially just going to be over bluffing in this spot. Front door, hearts miss.
He's really sticky, and all of the above. But I think that she has a very tight image
I think
as
so
well.
too. Yeah. But, you know, sometimes Rich Asian Bro is sticky versus people who are tight. He's really thinking about it. That doesn't feel good if you're CARLY.
She's not. She doesn't look happy.
That's like she's not betting her middling pairs.
Oh,
There
looks like
on the
call's
river.
going in. What do you think, chat? 1 for call, 2 for fold. There it is. There's the call.
Yeah, I think that's a very good call from him.
Yeah.
It's also tilting when you see the call from the pair of fours, kind of the exact hand you're hoping is going to fold.
Yeah, right? That's the like, I think that this person has X hand. I think this sizing will get
Yeah.
X hand to fold.
Yeah.
X hand calls.
But, you know, I respect the attempt. Got to go for it. He doesn't have a king, but he does have a 4, and that is good enough in his eyes.
Chip counts. Let's see.
Mark still up top, sitting at nearly $40,000. Luckbox with a fresh, clean 5K at the bottom. JD, 59% VPIP. Mark, 50. Most everyone else in the 30s. Seinfeld, CARLY, and Bruce in the mid-20s. And what everyone cares about, the cumulative winnings. Dan up almost 26K. Bruce up 14. Habibi, Sam up 5. Everyone else down. Luckbox, CARLY, and Seinfeld down north of $10,000 today.
Still a little bit of time left in the stream. Anything can happen.
Definitely agree. Dan up huge there with the pocket aces versus 8s. He's been swinging a bit today, and now he's firmly in the green.
Let's see. Ooh, ace 3 of diamonds. CARLY.
Still needs to lose her knit button.
She's thinking about a throw. Oh, and there it goes, all in.
I like it. So $400 raise and a $7,000 jam. It's going to get through. And she's going to be able to sit down here. Rich Asian Bro not trying to flip with ace 3 of diamonds.
Probably a solid fold. I don't know what the book says, but
I think the book says good job, good fold.
400 to 7,000.
Can't imagine she does that with aces ever, but it's kind of like, whatever. I have ace rag, I fold.
Three left in the stand-up game. Bruce, Seinfeld. Do you have any plans for the holidays?
Just gonna be here, hanging with my family. My dad's side on Christmas Eve, my mom's side on Christmas Day.
Nice.
And that's kind of it. Gonna try and play some poker. I haven't been playing much this last week, but
Y'all
I'm ready
can't
to go.
see, but she has one of the most epic sweaters I've ever seen.
I have a sweater with a bunch of Santas on them. They were initially all white, but then
it's
I bought...
a pink sweater.
It's a pink sweater. It's a pink
with
sweater.
a bunch of Santas on it.
But they're all drawn in different skin colors. My mom bought a multicolor Sharpie pack and was like, they can't all be white Santa. So
Oh, that's awesome.
they're colored in.
Excellent.
It's very fun. I wear it every year. Like this, I'm going to wear the sweater a lot for the next 2 weeks. I already know.
Copy that. Queen 10 of hearts, 6-4 off, and Jack Deuce off. Jack Deuce is the best flopping top pair. Luck box bets out. Let's see what happens. JD folds. I don't.
Dan calls.
Gutter.
Turn goes check, check. And Dan rivers a pair, but no good. 2 luck boxes jack. And luck box is just going to check back second pair. Don't think Dan really ever has an ace the way it played out, but he doesn't care. He's just trying to get to showdown and sit down. And sit down he does. Seinfeld and Bruce heads up in the stand-up game now. Bruce I expected him to get a little crazy, trying to sit down in the stand-up game. Maybe we'll see that. But Seinfeld tends to be very aggressive in the stand-up game as well.
Sure.
So, but luckily Bruce is in position to Seinfeld, so he gets to see how he acts and decide how aggressive he wants to be. But he's going to be folding the 3-deuce offsuit under the gun here. Just going to fold around. And wow, he might just get a walk to end the stand-up game. Luckbox has 10-3-0. Trying to figure out what to do. And he just folds, and Luckbox gets a walk in the stand-up game, and Bruce has to pay out everyone.
Seinfeld gets to sit down. He gets a walk. Nice. That is like, well, I suppose like he just got really lucky versus CARLY. Maybe his luck is turning around.
Yeah, and Bruce is paying off, looks like $200 or $300? $200 to everyone. So $1,400 penalty.
Oh, yeah, Sam's gone. It's like 16.
Yeah, 8-handed now. Was 9 for a while.
I know. Got about another 25 minutes, 25, 30 minutes with y'all here. Five, 4 of clubs plus 1. What's she going to do? She'll limp.
Whatever JD has, he made it 300. Queen Jack offsuit. Folds around to CARLY. She's in there. She's limping to limp call.
I notice she does a lot of that.
Yeah, I haven't seen I saw one limp raise from her as a bluff. And she got, unfortunately, snapped off by the better hand. Ace, deuce, 5, 2 spades. Second pair for CARLY. Nothing for JD, but he is going to keep betting. Makes it 200. CARLY also has a gut shot to go along with her pair, so she's in there. Turn is a jack, giving JD second pair, but also completing the front door flush. So now that he has some showdown value, he's just going to check back the turn. River is a 7. CARLY going to check again with her third pair, and JD's going to go for some value here.
I like this bet.
Me too. Makes it 400. Tempting price for CARLY to just call here if he's ever bluffing.
It's a very interesting bet, right? For sure.
CARLY is just going to make the call and lose.
Gonna get paid.
Kind of an interesting spot to check raise bluff on the river. When JD checks back on the turn, he basically never has a flush. But CARLY just makes the call and unfortunately loses 2 second pair from JD. JD's been playing well, running well. And scoops up another pot, going for some thin value on the river. I like it.
Is there anything that you're hoping to get for Christmas?
That's a good question. I don't like shopping that much. I come from a family that loves shopping.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, my mom and sister love shopping. I find it stressful. I I find things stressful.
Yeah.
I like to own nothing. But
I feel you. I'm not a big things person either. I hate them all. It is like the worst place on earth.
yeah, if I were to go to hell, it would be like the Grove on Christmas Eve. Just again and again and again, walking behind slow families.
I always thought mine would be Dave and Buster's on like a Saturday night.
That's kind of fun, though. No?
I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah.
You don't like adults pretending like they're children and
If
playing.
I drank, maybe, but
Yeah,
it
yeah,
just doesn't. No. Ace King for Rab. 9-8 of clubs. 900 to go. Let's see. Oh, he's letting it go.
Yep, just going to take down pre-flop. I really like Rich Asian Bros chip stack. It's very satisfying to look at.
Mm-hmm. When he first got here, all he had was purples.
Because he wanted to just build a tower?
Yeah.
It's
He just
hilarious.
like walked in with like 4 or 5 racks of purple.
That's hilarious. I respect it. I respect someone who wants to like have a little flair at the table.
I think that when we played 10-20-40 the other week, he brought in like 4K or 5K of just $10 chips.
Wow. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's like a stream tradition to just have a ridiculous number of chips in front of you. I like to have like as few chips as possible. I get stressed.
Yeah.
But so much easier to punt off when you have big chips.
It's interesting, right?
Yeah, there's definitely a psychology to like how you have your chip denominations.
Although when I'm trying to get called, I like to bet with larger denominations.
Yeah.
Right?
The more chips you put in the middle, I think the more intimidating
If I'm
it
bluffing,
is.
I just shove all my reds and my $5 chips in, you know, all my yellows.
See how many chips that is?
Look, it has an effect. For sure. Mark, picking up pocket sixes. What's he going to... He 4-bet pocket sixes. He is having none of this.
Correctly reading that Rotation Bros is definitely 3-betting a bit light.
I'm glad I don't have to play poker with Mark.
I know, and they're super deep as well.
Right?
It's like if you're peeling here, you're potentially going to play a really big pot with just a suited queen out of position. But he wants to see a flop. I like it.
He didn't get to be called Rich Asian Bro by folding suited queens.
So true.
This guy likes to gamble.
4-bet pot, queen 3 versus pocket sixes, and
Flops a
just
set.
gonna flop a set. Luckily, no queen for Rich Asian Bro.
If he bets there. You know, he's got a bunch of backdoor equity.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't. Yeah.
Enough.
Enough.
He has enough that maybe he wants to peel, but $1,000 is pretty hefty when you have such little equity, 4% as we see.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it'd be if his queen was good, right? Like it would be considerably higher.
Yeah. But he's not going anywhere. He wants to see a turn.
God.
Club would be really
painful.
Interesting.
Like a 9 of
9
clubs.
of clubs.
Ace of clubs.
Ace of clubs, although I definitely don't think Mark's going to slow down.
No, he's going to size up here for sure.
Yeah.
Target any ace.
Yeah, if Rich Asian Bro is floating with queen 3, he's definitely floating with some aces as well. See how big Mark wants to go. Looks not that, maybe 25 or 6. Oh no, there's a lot of teals in there. Yeah.
3,800.
38. It's like 3/4 pot.
I can see a world where he just rips it here. These guys have a lot of history together.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to be able to fold the turn flush draw. He's like definitely in there in some capacity. Yeah, Apple 22 says he didn't call to hit his draw and fold. Completely agree. He's peeling to turn some back doors, and now he's drawing to the second nuts.
I mean, he tripled his equity.
Yeah, that's so funny. He did. Turn card did triple his equity.
Oh,
He's looking at his chips.
Oh, God.
All right, he's in there. Big river coming.
Did he just call?
Yeah, I just called. Gonna have to go runner.
Okay.
Perfect from the flop in order to beat Mark's flopped set. can't imagine he's going to get there. No.
Full house for
Full
Mark.
house for Mark. Well, hopefully Rich Asian Bro did not call in order to bluff on this river, but
$13,000 in the middle. Just about a pot-sized bet.
wow, if he bluff jams, it'll be the speed at which he will get called.
I'm all in. Well,
Yeah, but clearly the ace did not slow Mark down. He kept barreling on the turn. So whatever Mark has, the ace did not scare him.
yeah.
So when the ace...
Oh, no.
And...
He's about to get
4.
4K.
And
All in.
Mark jams and he
Fold.
snap folds. Yeah. And Mark shows him the hand. Earlier they were in a pretty big spot of... I think it was ace king versus aces that
I think that is pretty. If you're gonna bluff there, I think that you need to be jamming. If you're a Rich Asian Bro.
yeah, I don't know what hands Mark has that he would fold that are betting the turn. I get that size. I get that size a lot if the turn went check, but when Mark bets the turn, he's pretty dead. But you know, sometimes you just gotta light 4K on fire just to feel something. And it's light he did.
Yeah.
I mean, Mark gave him a gift earlier by jamming on the flop in a 5-bet pot with aces versus ace king and just let Rich Asian Bro fold. So he got some of that money back.
Excuse me. He didn't call it a hit a strong fold. It's just a standard cooler for 3.
Yeah.
Queen 3s.
And I think that
Dude.
hand is a perfect example of when you get out of line and you float a little wide pre-flop, suddenly you're sucked in and you've made it to the river.
Ace
And you're
queen
bluffing.
versus king queen versus queen 10. This could get interesting. But yeah, sorry to cut you off.
No.
You're absolutely right. Every time, I swear, I feel like almost any time I consciously just like deviate from what I know is plus EV pre-flop, like I immediately get punished.
Yeah. And that's why the pre-flop charts exist.
Just calling with ace queen off.
JD doesn't know how ahead he is. He was Jack 10, deuce, 2 hearts on the flop.
That's poker.
Mark hits the 3-outer there. Open-ended for Bruce. Wow, who just bets $2,000 with his draw, and Mark just snap folds. Second pair. I get it.
Yeah.
Also, the now, welcome to the YouTube chat. And JD kind of trying to be tricky with the ace queen. Lets it go. Ace queen super dominated. King queen and queen 10. But king queen flops the juiciest draw and takes it down. And it looks like Rich Asian Bros adding on some money here. Got the wad of cash on the table after losing queen 3 of clubs in the 4-bet pot.
They're done?
Let's see how Rich Asian Bro plays king 3 on the button after losing that sizable pot. Of course, he's opening it to 400. Now he's sitting on $20,000 after adding back on. JD looks down at 6 deuce of diamonds from the third blind last to act, and he makes the call. Heads up to a flop. 2, 4, 5 rainbow open-ended for Rich Asian Bro and bottom pair for JD. Both of them have some backdoor flush possibilities. JD is going to check, and Rich Asian Bro is going to c-bet as the pre-flop raiser. He makes it 300, and JD quickly makes the call. Turn is a 9 of spades. So pair of deuces still good, but if Rich Asianbro continues firing, I imagine he's going to be able to take down this pot. But he is just going to check it back, try to get there. River is a 9 of hearts. JD going to check bottom pair once again. I imagine going to call to a bet. And yeah, Rich Asianbro just checks back the king high, trying to just take a showdown value.
Sometimes you're good.
Every once in a while. I guess you just beat queen high that floated because his kicker is nothing. But I get it. Kind of a good give up because I don't think it was going to work.
No, JD doesn't like to fold.
No, he does not.
And it's hard to make a pair.
It is. I saw a stat that's like the best hand, like 70% of the time in poker is one pair.
The best hand 70% of the time.
Yeah, maybe it was like 60, but it was over 50. I was like, wow, yeah. It's hard to make a pair.
Huh. It's interesting.
I don't know where they got these stats. I don't know where I saw this.
Right.
I'm just filling the space here. I read this on Instagram.
It was an Instagram meme, huh?
Yeah, but I get most of my poker info on Instagram.
I'm starting to like construct a strategy around that like little piece of information you just gave me.
Yeah, right? It's very interesting.
Ace 10.
Got to be stickier with your pairs.
No, for sure. For sure you do. 9, 8, ace 10.
Two pretty hands going to a flop.
9, 8, you know.
Cooler potential, of course,
Yeah,
versus ace king. But
for sure.
I still like it. 3, 4, 7, 2 diamonds, nut flush draw for Rich Asianbro, 2 overs for JD.
Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw.
That's true. He bets 400 and JD makes the call. Turns a deuce. JD checks and Rich Asianbro's ace high. Kind of good here some of the time given how wide JD floats the flop. Don't know if he needs to keep betting, but can't be that wrong when you have the nut flush draw. And now a gut shot as well to the wheel.
Look at that.
And he is going to keep betting here. But before he can even put the chips in the middle, JD is out of there. None of his backdoors realized, and so he's done.
You ever check raise backdoor, and then you pick up some equity and you feel like you made your hand on the turn?
Yes.
You're like,
I know,
oh.
I still have 9 high, but
Your brain thinks, I just have more equity.
yeah, it's such a high to turn equity that you were really, really hoping to.
Yeah.
Nothing worse than check raising and then just having to check give up on the turn.
Yeah. Actually, check raising, getting hit more equity, then betting, getting called, and then missing the river.
But then bluffing and getting a fold, that's max value.
That is max value.
Or sometimes the double check raising with the backdoors when you get there on the turn. Kind of nice as well.
How many times have you done that?
Like twice, and both times it was amazing.
That's what
I mean, I've done it more than that, but I've
double
lost.
check raise.
I've done it,
line.
but it's really hard to beat hands that bet after you check raise on the flop. It's just pretty strong range, and you kind of get screwed over. I've gotten stacked in that line, but God, when it works and you win $10, it just feels so good.
Yeah.
Got to know your player.
Totally. Let's see what's happening. Hand 91. Rich Asianbro with 8 high. Gutter to the 9. Yep. Oh. Also a gutter to the 9.
Into the better straight.
Yeah.
Rich Asianbro literally just needs a 2. It's the only way he's going to win. Can't make it straight, can't make a pair. He needs a deuce. Or just to bet and get Mark to fold. And that is how he's going to do it.
Done. Those earrings are magnificent.
They're good. Seinfeld's hat, Carly's earrings, and Mark's blue sweater. And low-key luck boxes, blue shirt. Those are the... And I'm just going to go through everyone.
You can't...
JD's beanie?
Dude, JD has the sickest, like, necklace. It's a labradorite amulet.
Ooh.
He's had it for years. Like,
He's wearing it right now?
yeah, he always wears it.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he ever takes it off. It's sick.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
Oh, he always wears that?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
It's pretty dope. It's a classy
And
change.
Rich Asian bro with the classic sunglasses behind the head look that he loves.
Sleek little chain, humble, and I think that's a Rolex on his wrist.
I'm blind to watches. I can't read them. I don't know what they mean. I don't know if they're nice or not.
I didn't know anything about them until I started.
Playing poker?
No, like working working on stream.
Oh yeah, that makes
Seeing
sense.
all these things. Ace king for Bruce, raising a 400. Is he? Oh, Carly 3-betting with pocket nines.
We might be seeing a flip here. Although if Bruce jams, I think Carly maybe will be able to make the fold there.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, I don't think so. Well, yeah.
Specifically against a Bruce 4-bet jam.
Bruce 4-bet jam. She's only flipping or dominated.
Yeah. Stand-up game's not on, but Bruce is just going to call. All right, Carly's got a couple ways to win this hand now. Besides just dodging an ace and a king. Wait, is Rich Asian Bro in there?
He's doing something.
All right. Sure. He's in there with 3-4. Bruce is looking confused, but it didn't work with the Queen 3 of clubs. Maybe it'll work for the 3-4 off.
Yep, here we go. He's going to nail this. 4. All right.
Not quite, but 6-7-7.
6-7. 6-7.
Gut shot for Rich Asian Bro, over pair for Carly, and no hope for Bruce.
That is very pessimistic.
There's no hope for Bruce to win this pot. I already know. Because Carly's going to bet and he's going to fold.
He might float.
Maybe, but not with maybe Rich Asian Bro behind him.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, that's a West LA fadeaway.
Carly makes it 1,600. Figuring correctly that if Bruce is checking this... I guess he didn't 4-bet. This is just a 3-bet pot. Checks around to Carly, the pre-flop raiser. Makes it 1,600 into a pot of 5K. Bruce trying to figure out what to do with ace-king. No back doors, just needs to bank an ace or a king. He's going to let it go.
Yeah,
Do I know? Do I know my player or do I know my player?
You do know your player.
Let's see what Rich Asian Bro wants to do when you call with 3-4 and you don't make a pair. This is kind of... Yeah, he's just going to go all in.
Yeah,
I get
on the
it.
call.
Yeah.
I think she's putting it in. Yep,
Yeah,
there it
she
is.
And double up for Carly coming. Potentially. Mile of defeat.
He's just like,
Yeah, this is what happens when you
4-5, no 5.
double
right?
flat with 3-4.
Double flat with 3-4, 7.
Yeah, Carly got the
Yep,
check
there
mark
it is.
there with the boat. Yeah, and he loses this one. And Carly gonna double up late in the session, hand 92 of the night.
Carly's going to be joining us tomorrow for the PLO stream.
Oh, that'll be fun. She's also a PLO player.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, she likes to play PLO. Did you get to speak with her at all before the stream?
No. All right, nice double up there, scooping in a 15.5K pot with pocket nines in a 3-bet pot after a nice little gift from Rich Asian Bro with the 3-4 offsuit.
That might put her even or in the...
Yeah, I think she's in
Black.
for 3 bullets.
Okay,
So
in
for 15, so she might be in the profit zone.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad. She was really struggling to get anything going early on, running bad. And
She would definitely be in the profit zone if that 6 didn't come on the river.
yeah, that was tough with the pocket queens. But, that's poker.
Yeah.
Mark kindly helping ship the pot over to her. A little cramped in the corner with all of those chips over there. Rich Asian Bro moving over to make room. Nice scoop for Carly.
There it is. Persistence.
Yeah. Patient.
I love how she just put it in. She's just like, if you got it, you got it.
Yeah,
Like,
that's one of the best feelings when you say that and then they don't got it. Mark has more chips every time we cut to him. $47,000 at the 25, 50, 100 game. Luck box down below with 5K. Everyone else somewhere in the middle.
Yep.
And JD dominating the VPIP once again. 57, Mark at 50, Rich Asian Bro 41, Luck box 38, Habibi Sam 34, Dan 32, Carly 26, Seinfeld 23, and Bruce 22. I missed that PB Sam already, but
He might be back tomorrow too.
oh, fun. Cumulative winnings, Dan up top with 25K after winning that huge pot with aces. Bruce still up 14K, Mark up 7, Habibi Sam up 4. Carly still in the red actually, down 2.5, JD down 1,800. Luckbox Seinfeld down over 10K, and Rich Asian Bro stuck the most, down $21,000 tonight.
That is going to do it, folks. Thank you so much for joining us and bearing with us. Liliana, thank you for being a soldier today.
Always happy to be here.
Check her out, Flop Arapoca on Instagram.
Thank you.
Yep, she's the best. She's going to be a crusher. I mean, she already is a crusher, but she's going to be a super crusher.
It's a loose use of the word.
Yeah. Have a good night,
Bye,
everybody.
guys.